Chapter 1394. Jun Changshao was not afraid of Lingwei True Sect because he still had a trump card, which was his identity as Zhenren Tonggu's disciple. Everyone knew that Go Xing was very shameless. If he was really forced into a corner, it would be normal for him to use his other master to intimidate the true-level sections. The Black Rakshasa immediately relaxed. If Lingwei True Sect knew that his little brother was Zhenren Tonggu's disciple, not only would they not dare to offend him, they might even personally come to apologize. If one wanted to survive in the upper realm, connections were very important. The happiest of the Taishan old man's arrival at the sect of all times were Zhen Dejuan and Shangguan Xinyao. After all, the former had an excellent understanding of Chimen Duanjia, so he humbly came to ask for advice almost every day. Sigh. One day, Jun Changshao walked in with a sigh. One black and two black placed the wine and dishes neatly on the table. The aroma of the wine and dishes immediately filled the entire room. The Taishan old man boasted that he had good self-control, but when he recalled the food he had just eaten, he could not help but salivate. He glared and said, "Are you deliberately tempting me by putting the wine and dishes so far away?" "Master," Jun Changshao said bitterly, "my sect has been established for many years, but it still lacks a grand elder." The Taishan old man immediately understood that this guy wanted to rope him in. "You little brat," he scolded, "don't push your luck." He was already helpless when he was forced to admit that they were master and disciple. If he joined the sect of all times, he would be a scapegoat every day. Jun Changshao poured the wine and said, "My disciple cultivated the heart technique created by the master, so it's considered an opportunity. Why don't you join the sect of all times and become a grand elder and enjoy the highest standard of treatment?" The sect now had positions such as hall master, elders, and protectors. The only thing they lacked was a grand elder. If he tricked him into joining, his foundation would immediately improve. Moreover, the Taishan old man was proficient in Chimen Duanjia and was his master. Not only was he suitable for this position, but he was also of a similar generation. Of course, Jun Changshao added, "If Shizhuan is willing to be the Grand Elder, you can still live a carefree life. All the internal affairs of the sect will be handled by me." The Taishan old man immediately refused. Not interested. He didn't dare to have too much contact with this kind of troublemaker, who first provoked the Xian level and then the truth level. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Forget it then. Jun Changshao did not insist. He began to eat and drink. The aroma of the dishes and wine immediately became stronger. Gulp. The Taishan old man sat in the cell and watched him eat and drink alone. He swallowed his saliva frequently, and finally, he couldn't help but completely seal off his sense of smell. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Jun Changshao came over and took out the Chimen Duanjia Breaking Formations chapter. He turned to the first page and said, "Shizhuan, this is a secret array book left by an ancestor of my sect. Do you want to take a look?" The Taishan old man knew this guy was playing tricks again. He didn't intend to read it, but because he was extremely obsessed with arrays, he subconsciously glanced at it and then was attracted by the recorded content. Oh my God! There was a detailed method to break formations written on it. There were many concepts that even he hadn't thought of. Turn the page. Swish. Jun Changshao directly closed the secret book and said, "I won't disturb Shizhuan's rest." Then he turned and left. "Brat!" The Taishan old man hurriedly shouted, "Come back, let me read another page." When Go Xing studied the Breaking Formations chapter in the 9th layer of Hell, he felt it was very magical. As an expert in this field, it was naturally easy to be taken in. "Shizhuan," Jun Changshao said, "if you become a Grand Elder, you can read the secret manual at will." The expression on the Taishan old man's face changed again and again. In the end, he cursed, "You bastard, will you only stop when I'm dead?" Jun Changshao stopped and said seriously, Shizuan, please believe me. Joining the sect of all times will benefit you. The system ridiculed. The premise is that you're good at taking the blame. Damn it. After a long internal struggle, the Taishin old man said, let's make it clear. I won't interfere in the sect's affairs. Just be a grand elder with peace of mind. Okay. Seeing that he agreed, Jun Changshao immediately took out the entry form and went through the procedures until he stamped it with the sect's seal. Then he grinned and said, Shizuan, we're now in the same sect. Seeing the smile on this guy's face, the Taishin old man's heart collapsed and he said, not only am I imprisoned in a cage, I've also boarded his pirate ship. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and show me that secret manual. Alright, prepare some wine and dishes. The Taishin old man really didn't want to become a grand elder of the sect of all times, but he couldn't resist Jun Changshao's coaxing and pestering. In the end, he had to compromise. Until he ate wine and dishes while studying the Chimanduanjia formation breaking chapter, there was only one word that could describe it in his heart, and that was, of course, the sect of all times wouldn't keep idle people. Therefore, the frequency of Elder Zhen and Shangguan Xinyao coming to ask for advice increased. Occasionally, Jun Changshao would also bring wine and dishes over. After 3 rounds of wine, he shamelessly said, Shizuan, can the bamboo mountain number 1 that you're researching be mass-produced? A mecha made of bamboo, with the support of various formations, could explode with powerful combat power. Naturally, he wanted to get his hands on the blueprint and mass-produce it to equip the sect's disciples. Don't think too much. The Taishin old man rolled his eyes and said, even if this thing can be mass-produced, it can't be powered by enough energy. The bamboo mountain number 1 was powerful, but it also consumed a lot of energy. Only super rich people could afford to use it. Improve it. Jun Changshao said, with Shizuan's understanding of formations, it should be possible to reduce the energy consumption while preserving the combat power. I also want to reduce the energy consumption, but my strength doesn't allow it. The Taishin old man said helplessly. Ever since he created the bamboo mountain number 1, he had always been thinking of ways to reduce the energy consumption, but he didn't make any substantial progress. Unless what? The Taishin old man pointed to the formation secret book next to him and said, since the person who created this book left the formation breaking chapter, there might be a formation chapter. If I'm lucky enough to read it, I might be able to get new ideas from it. The content recorded in the formation breaking chapter of Chimanduanjia shocked him. He also deeply understood that his research on formations was still lacking. Jun Changshao fell into silence. This secret book, created by the Chiman formation god, was refreshed in the shop. Even if there were other types, it might not be able to be refreshed. The system said, there's a free refresh every month. As long as the host is willing to work hard, you might be able to get it. Get lost. Jun Changshao didn't want to refresh, but after becoming a VIP user of the shop, he rarely took the initiative to refresh. First, the contribution points were not much. Second, if he didn't buy good things, it would definitely be replaced. The system said in a bad mood, worrying about personal gains and losses is not the host's character. Shizuan. Jun Changshao said, Elder Zhen and Xinyao also have good attainments in formations. Why don't you guys study it together? After all, 3 stooges are better than 1 Zhuge Liang. Who is Zhuge Liang? This is an ancestor in my sect, That's right. This formation breaking chapter of Chimanduanjia was created by him. He is called the Chiman formation god. Chapter 1395. The sect of all times had only been established for a short time and lacked the heritage of an ancient sect, but it could be packaged with the ancients. As a result, Zhuge Liang, who had studied Qi Men Dun Jia, instantly transformed into a sect ancestor under Jun Changshao's casual words, and even the formation breaking chapter was transferred to him. The Taishin old man hurriedly said, Since it is the ancestor of the sect, did he leave behind any formation books? This. Jun Changshao scratched his head and explained. Zhuge Liang likes to travel around like master, except for a few secret formation books. Most of them are scattered outside. That's a pity. A helpless expression appeared on the face of the Taishan old man. Obviously, he was really fooled by Go Xing. Master, Jun Changshao said, in life there are bound to be many hardships. What we can do is to rely on ourselves to resolve them, and not pray for the help of our ancestors. Bah! The system could not stand it and said, a cheater still has the nerve to talk about great principles. That's right. The Taishan old man said seriously. If there is trouble, then go and conquer it. That is what a real man should do. That day, Jun Changshao called Elder Zhen and Shangguan Xinyao over and told them to cooperate with Master to improve Bamboo Mountain No. 1. Therefore, the three of them began to focus on the study of the mecha array. It could be said that they were so focused that they forgot to eat and sleep. Grandmaster, why do you have to set up so many formations on a bamboo? Can't you simplify it? Grandmaster, if we change the line of defense, what will happen? Grandmaster, if we divide out a few more inlaid formations and activate them at the same time when they are operating, will it reduce the consumption? After teaching for a few days, Shangguan Xinyao gradually understood the formation system of Bamboo Mountain No. 1 and began to ask frequently. The Taishan old man's head was about to explode. However, there were a lot of questions. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed reasonable. If he thought about it from a different perspective and arranged it, maybe there would be a different performance? The old man from Taishan grasped the key points from Shangguan Xinyao's many questions and began to improve the array system. A few days later, he had made great progress. The energy consumption was really reduced. There were also some flaws. In a situation where the energy consumption was reduced, the combat power was weakened. AI. The Taishan elder sat cross-legged in the cage and shook his head. Although the energy consumption has been greatly reduced, its power is only comparable to that of a martial emperor. Jun Changshao said, Honorable Master, don't be discouraged. At the very least, you have taken a step forward. If you continue researching, you might be able to reach the revolving core realm. Go Xing was not greedy. If Bamboo Mountain No. 1 could control the energy source, it would already be good enough for it to possess the strength of a first transition. After all, this level would allow it to establish itself in the upper realm. Jun Changshao did not participate in the research of mecha. Instead, he focused his attention on the cultivation of medicinal herbs. As for the disciples, they also absorbed magnetite day and night to improve themselves. Their cultivation and strength could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. In merely half a month, all of them had advanced from Wu Huang to half-saint. Ding Xingwang, Gongsun Haohan, and the other elders were the first to enter the void-piercing realm. As they were in the upper realm, there were more profound laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, the process of entering this realm was as easy as Wuzong's My Wu Huang. To put it bluntly, as long as the martial arts resources could keep up, even entering the upper realm would be a piece of cake. Jun Changshao was not wild with joy because of the increase in the overall strength of the sect, because this bit of combat power was still too far away from the Xian sects with a real foundation. When the average strength of the disciples reached the revolving core realm, then they would be truly awesome and could compete with the various sects in the upper realm. With the 200 million magnetite, Jun Changshao began to purchase extravagantly. Under the management of Yuan Gongzi, batch after batch of low-cost, high-quality medicinal herbs were transported over. Elder Wei continued to increase the scale of the cultivation. Page was also constantly opening up new medicinal fields. In terms of medicinal pills, the monthly production rate increased rapidly. After everything was arranged, Jun Changshao opened the Spirit Beast Hall and thought to himself, I still have to equip a few core disciples with contracted beasts first. After Li Qingyang obtained the thunder caltrip beast, his cultivation speed had obviously increased. Ding. Beginning incubation. Ding. The ice phoenix egg has successfully hatched. It will automatically sign a contract with disciple Lu Qianqian. Ding. The black turtle egg has successfully hatched. It will automatically sign a contract with disciple Xiao Ziji. Ding. The divine walker egg has successfully hatched. It will automatically sign a contract with disciple Su Xiaoma. Jun Changshao spent 30 million magnetite in one go and hatched 3 contracted beasts from the Spirit Beast Hall. He then matched them with the corresponding disciples according to their attribute. Holy shit! Su Xiaoma froze on the spot. The patriarch called him over and said that he had something to give him. In the end, it was a demon beast that looked like a tiger or leopard. It even had a pair of snow-white wings that had not spread out. This is a divine walker beast. Jun Changshao said, after you raise it to adulthood, it can fly. It will be your contract beast from now on. Really? The excitement in Su Xiaoma's heart was indescribable. When he brought the contract beast back, he realized that the other party's breathing could make him stronger. He directly hugged it and kissed it on the forehead. Xiao Ziji also obtained a contract beast, but it was completely different from Su Xiaoma's speed type. Because its shape was like a turtle, its speed was maddeningly slow. However, its defense was extremely strong. Bing Zhongtian. Looking at the bird beast that seemed to be made of crystal-clear ice floating in front of her, Lu Qianqian said in disbelief, "My contract beast?" "That's right." Jun Changshao said, "It's called the Ice Phoenix Beast. It's an extremely rare ice attribute beast. It can help you cultivate and improve your understanding of the ice attribute." Even if he didn't say it, Lu Qianqian had already felt it, because they had already established a contract. After a moment of silence, she said, "Thank you, Patriarch." Although her expression and tone were cold, it was mixed with a touch of human kindness. "You have an exclusive heavenly weapon and a contract beast. You have to work hard to cultivate and become stronger. Don't let me down," Jun Changshao said. "Okay." Lu Qianqian hummed in response. Perhaps because of the environment, the atmosphere was always cold and awkward, so Jun Changshao didn't stay long and left the Ninth Heaven's secret realm to return to his residence. After Lu Qianqian, Xiao Ziji, and Su Xiaoma obtained contract beasts, the news immediately spread in the sect, causing the disciples to discuss and envy. Patriarch. On this day, Jun Changshao had just walked out of the courtyard and was about to go to the medicine field for a routine inspection when he saw Yi Xingchen blocking his way and said, "I also want a contract beast. Don't you already have an eagle? I don't mind having more." Yi Xingchen knew from Xiao Ziji that the contract beast given by the Patriarch could help improve cultivation, so he was very tempted. Anyway, when he drank too much, he often went to the livestock pen, and Night Emperor's identity was exposed. He might as well be shameless and ask for it. You can say that Anyo changed, but this change was all to obtain more martial arts resources from Jun Changshao, so that he could become stronger in a short time and find that woman to take revenge. "Okay," Jun Changshao said, "I happen to have a rare beast that is suitable for you." Ding. Incubation begins. Ding. Panhu egg hatched successfully. It will automatically sign a contract with disciple Yi Xingchen. Woof, woof, woof. In an instant, a puppy that looked like a husky wagged its tail and walked around Anyo, making him petrified. Chapter 1396. The divine walker looked like a tiger or a leopard with a pair of wings. Although it was small, it was still quite handsome. The black tortoise looked clumsy, but at least it gave off a strong aura that made people feel safe. The ice phoenix was even more so. Among the rare beasts that were hatched, it was definitely the most beautiful one. Yi Xingchen did not have any requirements for the appearance of his contracted beasts as long as they could help him improve his cultivation. However, when Jun Changshao gave him a husky-like dog, he was stunned. Others were either tigers or leopards, turtles or phoenixes. Why was he given a dog? And it looked so silly. Xingqian, Jun Changshao said seriously, although this little guy looks silly, it can provide you with great combat power if you train it well. He did not know that the Panhu beast would be in the form of a husky. But according to the introduction, this beast would have great combat power when it reached adulthood. It was very suitable for Yi Xingqian, who was the main attacker. Patriarch, Anyo said, can I get another one? Even an alpha wolf will do. No, you can't. Jun Changshao patted him on the shoulder and said, just make do with it. Besides, you have a condor. Yi Xingqian could only accept the reality. He then returned to his place with the Panhu beast. When he felt that his strength had increased slightly, he was relieved and said, amazing. When I have more money, I'll give Li Fei and He Wudi a contracted beast each. Jun Changshao thought as he went to the herbal field. Outside, just as the ice phoenix egg hatched, the dozens of beautiful and cold women flying in the sky suddenly stopped. One of them exclaimed, Big sister, the egg that has been nurtured in the ice pond for thousands of years has hatched. Damn it! The leader of the group said angrily, Damn thief! He stole our most precious egg when it was about to hatch. Can you pinpoint its location? When the egg hatched, there was an aura, but it seemed to be suppressed by some kind of power. We can't pinpoint its location. Find it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ladies turned into streams of light and sped up their search. They were members of the Ice Phoenix clan. This time, they were in the upper realm to find the stolen Ice Phoenix egg. At the same time, in another area, hundreds of Divine Walker clansmen were flapping their wings and flying high in the sky, their eyes flashing with anger. The reason was none other than the fact that the stolen Divine Walker egg had just hatched. The Xian Turtle clan and Panhu clan's powerhouses were also searching. In fact, these tribes would produce a lot of eggs every year, but the ones that were stolen were the most important and the most elite ones. For example, the Ice Phoenix clan's egg could be said to have been nurtured with the entire clan's strength, and it had even been decided internally to be the next patriarch of the clan. In the end, it was actually stolen on the eve of its birth. Who would be able to stand it? Therefore, even if he had to turn the entire world upside down, he had to find it. This was an exception. In fact, all the major clans in the upper realm were missing eggs. It was only because they had not been hatched that they could not accurately determine their locations. They had their own secret methods and magical powers that could locate the approximate location of the egg. They did not come because the Sect of all times had activated the Purple Cloud constellation array 24 hours a day, blocking the connection between them. In other words, as long as Jun Changshao removed the array, as long as the signal flew out and was captured by the major clans, there would be a spectacular show of the Aeon Immortal Mountain. Of course, there was another possibility of being exposed. That was, Li Qingyang walked into the main hall and asked, Sect Master, can this disciple bring my contracted beast out for training? Reader, it's coming, it's coming. Jun Changshao said, the Lingwei True Sect will definitely come looking for trouble. Don't go out for the time being to avoid being targeted. He almost forgot that this guy had offended a truth-level sect. Yes. Li Qingyang was more steady. However, his inquiry had given Jun Changshao a reminder, and he immediately ordered his disciples not to go out for a period of time. This precaution was right, because the Lingwei True Sect was already on their way. It involved more than 1 billion mystic stones, which was not a small amount. Therefore, the sect master personally brought people over, and there were more than 10 sixth transformation core realm cultivators among them. Whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, many experts of the Lingwei True Sect dragged streams of light as they moved rapidly, alarming many factions and itinerant cultivators. What's going on? The leader who flew over just now seems to be the patriarch of the Lingwei True Sect. They seem to be heading to the Aeon Immortal Mountain. I heard that some time ago, the fifth elder of the Lingwei True Sect brought people to the Sect of all times. Later on, he ran away dejectedly. Could it be that the Patriarch is going there personally to cause trouble? Let's go. Let's go watch the show. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As long as the Lingwei True Sect passed by the city in a high-profile manner, they would definitely attract many people to follow them. For a time, on the way to the Aeon Immortal Mountain, cultivators flying with supreme treasures could be seen everywhere. On a mountain peak shrouded in clouds, Genren Tonggu suddenly opened his eyes and said solemnly, "The disciple I just recruited seems to have encountered trouble." Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. Patriarch. One day, the Black Rakshasa sent a voice transmission. "The people from the Lingwei True Sect are here." Oh? Jun Changshao, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and muttered to himself, as expected, they still aren't willing to give up. Tidying up his clothes, he strode out of Dragon Head Peak. Just as he stopped outside the main hall, he saw streaks of light speeding over from outside the Aeon Immortal Mountain. After that, they hovered in midair aggressively, emitting an extremely unfriendly aura. Jun Changshao said, "There are quite a few of them. You're the Patriarch of the Sect of all times?" Mei Xian, the Patriarch of the Lingwei True Sect, said coldly. "That's right." Jun Changshao placed his hands behind his back and said, "You are?" "The Patriarch of the Lingwei True Sect," Mei Xian said indifferently. "No wonder you're so cool. So you're the master of a truth-level sect." Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Sorry for the disrespect." Swish. Swish. At this moment, the various core transformation realm experts who had come to watch the show flew over from afar and stopped in a distant area. They were just short of taking out watermelons to eat. Mei Xian said coldly, "Jun Patriarch snatched an ore vein from my sect that contains at least 1 billion magnetite. He has to give us an explanation, right?" F***CK. The onlookers widened their eyes. A magnetite ore vein that contained 1 billion magnetite was definitely considered a medium-sized ore vein. This sect that had just arrived actually dared to snatch it from the hands of the Lingwei True Sect. No wonder the Patriarch brought people over. Ah! Jun Changshao laughed loudly and said, "Natural treasures are obtained by fate. My sect of all times dug it out first. Why should we give an explanation? Moreover, ore veins are unearthed every moment in the world. Don't tell me your sect has to go to other sects every day to ask for them?" Mei Xian's expression gradually darkened. He, the truth-level Patriarch, had personally come, but this guy still did not seem to intend to hand it over. "Brat," Mei Xian said coldly, "do you think you can do whatever you want in the upper realm just because you have the support of the Taishian loose cultivators?" The Taishian old man trapped in the cage had a wonderful expression. "I can't support this guy. I'll give you 15 minutes to consider. If you don't return the magnetite you stole, the sect of all times will be removed from the upper realm today," Mei Xian said indifferently. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The cultivation of more than 10 sixth transformation core transformation realm experts erupted at the same time, forming a powerful pressure that instantly enveloped the entire Aeon Immortal Mountain. The invisible purple firmament constellation formation immediately appeared. The system said, "The other party is a little strong. I'm afraid the formation won't be able to withstand it." "TSK. Jun Changshao sneered. Then, he sat on the chair that Xiao Ziji had placed and casually took out the ancient warship. He said, "I originally wanted to get along with you guys as an ordinary person, but in exchange, I'm being bullied. I'm not pretending anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table." The experts of the Lingwei True Sect looked over and saw that the guy was holding an exquisite little boat in his hands. The corners of their mouths curled up in disdain. However, when they saw the words engraved on it, their muscles immediately froze. They exclaimed in unison, "Ancient warship! Swoosh. Jun Changshao stood up at some point. He stepped on the chair with one foot and supported his head with his right hand. He said in a melancholic manner, "That's right. I'm the genuine, honest disciple of Jinren Tonggu." Whoosh whoosh. Black hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. Su Xiaomao and Xiao Ziji squatted on the left and right sides, waving their fans with all their might, setting off the patriarch's aura to the extreme. Damn! This guy is actually Jinren Tonggu's personal disciple. Big news! Big news! All of the spectating martial artists knew that Daoist Tonggu had once said that anyone who obtained the ancient warship would be his direct disciple. Stunned. Shocked. Stunned. Mei Xian also did not expect that Jun Changshao would take out Jinren Tonggu's ancient warship. However, he was still an experienced patriarch. He snorted coldly and said, "Senior Tonggu's ancient warship was placed in the lower realm battlefield by chance. How could you have obtained it? In my opinion, it's probably a fake." The black and white Rakshasa in front of the hall shook their heads. Due to the array, the thick aura of the ancient warship was blocked. The two expressed their understanding that it was a fake. "Kid." An elder of the Lingwei True Sect said coldly, "You've got guts. You actually dared to pretend to be Senior Tonggu's disciple." Jun Changshao was depressed. If it was in the past, he might have felt a little guilty. After all, he was really pretending. However, now that he had met Jinren Tonggu and even taken him in as a disciple, why would they not believe him? The system said, "Let's temporarily remove the array and let them feel the aura. They will know if the ancient warship is real or not." That's the only way. Jun Changshao did not want to waste time arguing with the Lingwei True Sect. If he could use this treasure to prove his identity as Jinren Tonggu's personal disciple, it would be best for them to immediately turn from ferocious to subservient. "It's here. It's finally here." As if sensing that the array was about to be opened, the experts of various races who were searching in different directions pricked up their ears and waited for various signals to be transmitted. They wanted to determine where the stolen egg was hidden as soon as possible. Huff! Jun Changshao exhaled. However, just as he was about to remove the purple firmament constellation array, a thick aura suddenly pressed down from above, directly paralyzing the array. Whoosh whoosh! At the same time, an aura that contained supreme mysteries instantly enveloped the entire Aeon Immortal Mountain. Jun Changshao's eyes widened. This was because a slightly vicissitude and unfathomable figure appeared in his field of vision. Disciple! The air waves that gathered around him dissipated, and the immortal-like Jinren Tonggu gradually appeared. He said in a loud voice, "Master is here!" Whoosh! Whoosh! The various signals sealed in the sect flew out at the speed of a rocket because the array had failed. Then, they were quickly captured by the experts of various races. Found it. It's in the southeast area. Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain. Let's go. Let's go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the experts of various races who were searching for the egg from all over the upper realm rushed toward the Aeon Immortal Mountain like locusts. Oh no! In the main hall of the Realm Hall, an elder exclaimed, "The various races are collectively heading toward the southeast area. I'm afraid something big is about to happen." In the magnificent palace, a hunchbacked elder hurried over and said, "Master, the various major races are heading toward the southeast area. They should be heading toward Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain." As expected, Empress Ling Yao was not surprised. The major races are restless. Let's go. Let's go to Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain to watch the show. The camera returned to the sect of all times. When Jinren Tonggu said, "Master is here," he sensed a lot of special energy flying out. However, he did not take it to heart. Instead, he looked at the shocked Mei Xian and said calmly, "Who gave you the guts to bully my disciple?" "Master." Jun Changshao was so moved that he almost cried. He had originally planned to use his identity to intimidate the Lingwei true sect. He did not expect that the main body would suddenly appear. And from the aura he emitted, it was obvious that he was unhappy that he was being bullied. Taishian, old man. Look, this is a true master-disciple relationship. This is the responsibility of a master. Needless to say, Zhenren Tonggu's sudden appearance was indeed a strong visual impact. The experts of the Lingwei true sect and the spectators were so oppressed by his aura that they could not breathe. They were all thinking in horror, that guy is really Senior Tonggu's disciple. P.S. 3,600 plus words. Chapter 1397. Zhenren Tonggu appeared with his own BGM, so just the release of his aura was enough to make the sixth transformation revolving core cultivators sweat profusely. In the end, they could not take it and fell from the sky. The onlookers who rode on their treasures or flew on their own were further away, so they suffered less pressure. However, they still fell to the ground one after another out of respect. In the upper realm, there were not many martial artists who were qualified to stand at a higher level than Zhenren Tonggu. Gulp! Mei Xian swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His legs trembled violently, and the sweat that flowed out formed a line. Was the spirit micro true sect strong? Strictly speaking, it belonged to the middle and low-end level in the upper realm. There were stronger Taoist and immortal levels. Then, what about Zhenren Tonggu? Although he did not join a sect and did not represent any force, he was definitely at the top level in terms of realm and status. One was the middle and low end, while the other was the top. One could imagine how big the gap between them was. What was worse was that Zhenren Tonggu came aggressively. Obviously, he could not tolerate anyone bullying his disciple. Master! Jun Changshao took the opportunity to light a fire and said, I dug up an unmined magnetite vein near the Demon King's cave. The spirit micro true sect insisted that I rob them. Please be the judge. I see. Zhenren Tonggu immediately understood the reason, but he was puzzled. This trouble isn't that big. He had a premonition that his disciple would be in danger, so he quickly came to support him. In the end, he was disappointed. Sigh. Was he too eager to love his disciple? Daoist Tonggu shook his head and said coldly, or veins appear almost every once in a while in the upper realm. All the major sects and powers obtain them based on their own strength. Why is it that when it comes to my disciple, it becomes a robbery? This sentence was unanimously approved by the onlookers. When veins appeared, it was normal for major forces to fight over them. Usually, it would end after the ownership was determined. The sect of all times dug up the veins first. Logically speaking, the matter was over. The spirit micro true sect did not get it because of him. Now that they were shamelessly asking for it, it was obvious that they were bullying him. Senior Tonggu. Mei Xian was on the verge of tears. Junior didn't know that Jun Patriarch was your disciple. Please forgive me for my previous offense. He was terrified. Actually, as long as the authenticity of the ancient worship was confirmed, he would also be terrified. But this time, he was even more terrified. This was because Zhenren Tonggu himself had personally come to support his disciple. Who could stand this? Master, Jun Changshao said aggrievedly. He even said he wanted to destroy the sect. Why do I feel so good with a golden thigh around? Why do I feel so comfortable? No. Mei Xian hurriedly said, I was just joking with Jun Patriarch. Zhenren Tonggu frowned and said, Don't you think it's too much to joke about destroying other people's sects? Hoo. An even more powerful aura pressed down on Mei Xian, causing his face to turn red. He could feel the aura of death. Zhenren Tonggu said indifferently, If you say something wrong, you shouldn't use the excuse of a joke to brush it off. Instead, you should think of a way to make up for your mistake. Jun Changshao was stunned. Aya, this master of mine is quite suitable. Mei Xian was naturally not a fool, so he said with difficulty, Make up. Junior will make up for it. Whoosh. The pressure instantly dissipated, allowing him to breathe normally. Disciple. Genren Tonggu said, I'll leave it to you. Jun Changshao cleared his throat and said arrogantly, Tell me, how do you plan to make up for it? A typical fox exploiting the tiger's might. After a short moment of consideration, Mei Xian said, Give me money. The Spirit Micro True Sect will give you money. How much? Give. This June is not someone who haggles over every ounce. Just give me 200 million profound stones as compensation. Mei Xian's eyes widened. The Spirit Micro True Sect could take out 200 million, but this compensation was too much. You don't agree? Genren Tonggu said coldly. I agree. In front of a top powerhouse from the upper realm, Mei Xian really did not dare to disobey. Even if the other party wanted 500 million or a billion, he had to give it up. Genren Tonggu said, I'll give the Spirit Micro True Sect 5 days. If you can't give me 200 million profound stones, I'll personally go and ask for it. Master, I'll give you a thumbs up. Senior Tonggu, don't worry. I'll send it over in a day or two. Mei Xian hurriedly left with his subordinates, returning much faster than when he came. After all, he had to quickly prepare 200 million to make up for it. Pei Li, you're about to King kill my Spirit Micro True Sect. Mei Xian, who had nowhere to vent his anger, could only blame everything on the patriarch of the Fuqian sect. If it were not for him, why would they have a grudge with the sect of all times because of the mine? The spectators did not leave. They all locked onto Genren Tonggu, their eyes flickering with strong worship. They were lucky enough to see such a mysterious top powerhouse today. They could definitely brag about it for hundreds of years. Master, Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, You came at the right time. Otherwise, I would have been bullied. Genren Tonggu said, You only need to cultivate diligently for 10 years. If you encounter any trouble, I'll help you resolve it. Master, don't worry. Jun Changshao said solemnly, I won't disappoint you in the battle 10 years later. Genren Tonggu nodded in satisfaction and said, I still have something to deal with. Speaking up to here, the expression on his face suddenly froze, because out of the corner of his eye, he accidentally saw a furry demonic beast squatting behind Li Qingyang. He asked in surprise, Disciple, how did your disciple get a thunder caltrip beast? Jun Changshao explained, I obtained it by accident when I was training outside. Genren Tonggu frowned and said, The two are very close. Did they sign a contract? That's right, Jun Changshao said. Genren Tonggu's expression became interesting. He said, The thunder chestnut beast must be from the thunder chestnut race. This race values their eggs very much. I'm afraid that your disciple will get into trouble if he signs a contract with it. Jun Changshao was a bit confused. However, Genren Tonggu said proudly, With me here, the thunder chestnut race won't dare to make things difficult for you. Jun Changshao was deeply moved again. He bowed and said, It's my honor to have you as my master. Don't flatter me. Genren Tonggu said, I only have one request. Defeat Gu Hong's disciple in 10 years. The reason why he helped Jun Changshao so much and even came all the way here was because of the 10-year agreement with Gu Hong Genren. No problem. Jun Changshao patted his chest and said, I won't let you down, master. I'm leaving. Spiritual Master Tong Gu was about to leave when his body froze on the spot. This was because he caught sight of the demonic beast that looked like a tiger or leopard behind Su Xiaoma from the corner of his eyes. He exclaimed, The Divine Walker Beast of the Divine Walker clan? Jun Changshao scratched his head and said with a smile, My disciples are quite lucky. Every time they go out for training, they always get contract beasts. He paused and then said loudly, Genren Xingqian, let my master see your contract beasts. Yes. Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingqian called their contract beasts over. After seeing the mystic tortoise and the Panhu beast, Genren Tonggu's expression changed from surprise to shock. Of course, he was not shocked because all the disciples of the sect of all times had contract beasts, but because these beasts came from different races and were treated like treasures. No. These beasts are all from different races. How could they be captured and contracted so casually? While he was thinking, the sky outside the eternal immortal mountain suddenly surged with surging waves of air. From afar, one could clearly see that the energy came from all directions, pressing down with an earth-shattering momentum. Finally, it stopped above the eternal sect, spreading out in an arc, its shape like, damn! Jun Changshao exclaimed, "What a big pot!" Chapter 1398. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The Aeon Immortal Mountain that had just calmed down suddenly surged with waves of air from all directions. They gradually gathered together as if a huge pot had covered the entire sect of all times. The sky darkened. The atmosphere also became somber. The black and white Rakshasa, Old Ding, Li Qingyang, and the others all frowned. The huge amount of energy gathered in the sky was definitely not good. It's over, it's over. The Taishan elder in the cage looked through the gap and roared in his heart, this guy must have poked a hole in the sky. He, who had taken the blame for many times, instantly understood that Go Xing must have gotten into trouble again. This time, it was earth-shattering. In fact, Jun Changshao himself did not know what was going on, but he was still unusually calm because his master was standing beside him. Yes. Genren Tonggu did not leave. However, when he looked up at the energy filled with all kinds of demonic energy, his expression gradually became interesting. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, streams of light seemed to cut through the void from all directions outside the Aeon Immortal Mountain. They flew over at an extremely fast speed and hung in the sky above the sect of all times. The first to appear was the Thunder Rhombus Races delegation. They sent a total of 300 to 500 people, and their bodies and eyes were filled with thunder and lightning that represented anger. The second to appear was the Divination Races delegation. The third to appear was the Xian Turtle Races delegation. The fourth to appear. When nearly 10,000 powerhouses of various races gathered in a ring, the scene was even more spectacular than the opening ceremony of the Olympics. Oh my God, are these the major races that rarely show themselves in the world? The onlookers who did not leave stared with their eyes almost popping out. The upper realm was a world that accepted hundreds of rivers and rivers. There were humans and other races, but the latter rarely appeared, so on the surface, humans were still the dominant race. Now, those powerhouses of various races, who were either in their original forms or in human form, stood in midair. The visual effect was extreme. How dare you, thief! The leader of the Thunder Rhombus Races delegation shouted angrily, how dare you steal the Thunder Rhombus Races beast eggs? As soon as he said that, the powerhouses of the other races were stunned. So it turned out that it wasn't only his clan that had lost their eggs. There were so many victims, but that was too many. To be honest, the various tribes did not communicate with each other. They only came together after receiving the signal. When they saw that they had surrounded the sect of all times, they were all quite surprised. An unknown mountain and an unknown sect suddenly put on a show where thousands of clans gathered. It was definitely not a surprise, it was definitely shocking to the upper realm. No matter what happened next, this incident was bound to be widely spread. It would definitely be at the top of the hot topics list, and it might even occupy the top spot for a long time. Jun Changshao, who was originally calm, had an expression of collapse at this moment. From the words of the expert from the Thunder Rhombus race, he instantly understood that the beast eggs in the Spirit Beast Hall were the same as the 7 profound Sunglow Remnant Scroll. Ding. The system is temporarily shut down. F***CK. Jun Changshao cursed in his heart, this F***King system is tricking me again. He understood. The beast eggs in the spirit beast hall were all stolen from the various tribes. This time, they suddenly gathered above the sect of all times like the Olympics. It was obvious that they had confirmed that he was the egg thief. He was wronged. He was greatly wronged. The eggs were stolen by the system. It had nothing to do with him, June. It was useless to explain at this time because no one would believe that Go Xing was innocent. Therefore, he was destined to take the blame. Jinren Tonggu, why are you here? A powerhouse from one of the tribes recognized this top powerhouse from the human race and asked. Jinren Tonggu was silent. At this moment, 10,000 alpacas were running wildly in his heart. In fact, when he discovered the Thunder Rhombus beast, he realized that there might be trouble, but he did not take it to heart at all. Even with the addition of the Divine Walker race, he could still handle the situation. However, now that hundreds of tribes had come, it was a little too exciting. He understood. The trouble his disciple encountered did not come from the Lingwei true sect, but from being surrounded by thousands of tribes. Jinren Tonggu finally realized what his previous premonition corresponded to. He thought to himself, is it too late for me to leave now? It was too late. Because Jun Changshao said, he is my master. The powerhouses from various tribes all looked at Jinren Tonggu, their eyes flashing with anger. No wonder he dared to steal their eggs. It turned out that he had the backing of a human powerhouse. Go Xing was the one who took the blame for the stolen eggs. It was not a big problem because he knew how to shift the blame. Whoosh, whoosh. Only the readers could see the invisible cauldrons on Jinren Tonggu's back, stacking together to form a towering mountain. It was heavy. It was so heavy that it was hard to breathe. Jinren Tonggu, the Thunder Rhombus tribe, has not been involved in the world in recent years. We have always been at peace with the human race. Why did you steal our beast eggs? The powerhouse from the Thunder Rhombus tribe rebuked angrily. Humph. The powerhouse from the Divine Strider tribe snorted and said, we made an agreement back then to live in peace with each other. Now that the top powerhouse of the human race has stolen the beast eggs of various tribes, it is clear that he is violating the agreement. He is going too far. This is intolerable. The powerhouses from various tribes were filled with righteous indignation. Obviously, they were very angry about the theft of the beast eggs. Moreover, it was not difficult to tell from their words that they had already determined that the beast eggs were stolen by Jinren Tonggu because he had the strength to do so. Master, Jun Changshao said telepathically, I leave my safety to you. Old man Tonggu almost cursed out loud. You caused such a big trouble. Why should I be the scapegoat? If the Taishian knew what he was thinking, he would definitely come out of the gap in the cage and walk up to shake hands with him. Everyone. Jinren Tonggu pointed and said, the egg was stolen by my disciple. This old man will not take the blame. Master, you. Jun Changshao clutched his chest, a pained expression on his face. He was really upset because his most trusted master had abandoned him. Forget it, forget it. Jun Changshao smiled bitterly, then puffed out his chest and said, yes, I stole the egg. It has nothing to do with you, master. He could see that the trouble this time was a bit unprecedented. The only thing he could do was not to implicate Jinren Tonggu. At worst, what should he do? Waiting online, urgent. Kid. A powerhouse from the Thunder Rhombus tribe pointed at Li Qingyang and said angrily, you dared to sign a contract with the future successor of our tribe. In fact, the major tribes might not have escalated the conflict out of respect for Jinren Tonggu. They would have just taken away the stolen demon beasts and settled the matter. However, they could not tolerate the fact that a contract had been signed. It was common for ordinary demon beasts living in the upper realm to sign contracts with humans. However, it was a serious problem for the demon beasts of the major tribes to sign a contract with a human. The powerhouses of the Divine Strider tribe, Xian Turtle tribe, and other tribes also realized that their demon beasts had signed a contract with a human and were hiding behind them. They were instantly furious. "This is a great humiliation. I swear I will not rest until I destroy this sect today." The tribes were furious and murderous. "This is troublesome." Jun Changshao frowned. "Host, don't panic," the system said. "The demon beasts of these tribes have signed a life contract with their disciples. If they dare to attack, we will destroy them together." F***ck. Didn't you turn it off? How can I abandon the host when he is in danger? What is true love? This. Everyone. At this moment, Zhenren Tonggu, who had been silent all this time, took a step forward and stood in front of Jun Changshao. His turbid eyes flashed coldly as he said, "Whoever dares to touch my disciple, I will not rest until he or she is dead." Huff, huff, huff. The aura of the peak level of the truth-seeking realm was fully released. The entire sect of all times was instantly enveloped by a huge barrier. "Master," Jun Changshao really cried. Zhenren Tonggu turned his back to him and said, "You are the one who did this. You have to admit it. I will not take the blame for you because I will only support you." Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a vortex formed in the sky above the sect of all times. Majestic airwaves pressed down and completely filled the martial arts arena. When everything calmed down, dozens of immortal-looking human powerhouses stood in front of Zhenren Tonggu. Among them were his chess friends who had played chess with him. Oh my God! They are all reclusive big shots. Chapter 1399. Jun Changshao was a scammer. He had scammed the Taishan elder who was still trapped in a cage. Now, he had scammed Zhenren Tonggu and was blamed for stealing eggs by the other clans. Scapegoat? No way. I'm only responsible for supporting my disciple. Just as the other clans were about to make a move, Zhenren Tonggu sent a friend to help. The 7 elders standing on the left were from the Misty Immortal Mountain. They were known as the 7 sages of the Misty Immortal Mountain and had a status that was not inferior to that of an immortal-level sect. The powerhouses on the right were from various grotto heavens and blessed lands. Although they were only rogue cultivators, they were very strong. As for Zhenren Tonggu's chess friend, he was the one with the highest cultivation among the helpers. He was already at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, and his Taoist name was Masato Kitano. The big shots standing on the martial arts practice field of the Eternal Sect were all top powerhouses among the ranks of rogue cultivators. According to the traditional plot, they would usually only appear in the middle or later stages. But now, with a single arrow piercing through the clouds, thousands of troops and horses came to meet them. Whoosh whoosh! A heavy aura enveloped the entire sect as if it could shatter space. Jun Changshao was completely shocked. With his current strength, he could barely stand firm in the upper realm, but he was at most a low-level figure. What about now? Standing in front of him were all hidden powerhouses. It felt like a newbie facing a group of max-level accounts. The spectators were also shocked. They came here this time to watch the Lingwei True Sect. In the end, the situation took a sudden turn. In the end, it became a situation where the top powerhouses of the human race and the powerhouses of the other clans fought head-on. Big news. Big news. If this was not controlled well, it was very likely that the relationship between the human race and the other clans would break, and it would evolve into the era of the Great War between the clans. Many martial artists had not experienced the era of war tens of thousands of years ago. However, from the history books, it was known that it was an era where geniuses were born in large numbers. It was also the darkest era. Later, after many negotiations, the human race and the other clans finally reached an agreement and signed a peace agreement, which led to the current peaceful and stable situation. Sigh. Masato Kitano shook his head and said, "You still can't stay out of it. You're still involved." A bitter smile appeared on Zhenren Tonggu's face. Previously, when the two of them were playing chess, They had discussed the matter of the various major races becoming active. They had also expressed that their Tao hearts were very stable and would not be involved. However, in the end, they were still not fortunate enough to escape. Moreover, only now did he know that the clan that had been silent for a long time was actually looking for the stolen egg, and the one who stole the egg was the disciple he had just accepted. This meant that he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Since that was the case, he could only face it head-on. Jinrentongu glanced at the experts hovering in the air and said coldly, "I'll say it again. If anyone dares to touch my disciple, I'll fight them to the death." His voice resounded through the entire sky. Although Go Xing was a big scammer, this Shizuan was very responsible. The experts of the various clans frowned. If it was just Jinrentongu alone, they would not be too afraid. But now, he had so many helpers, and they were all at the top level. If they fought, it would be tantamount to falling out with the human race. Tisk tisk. At this moment, a voice came from above the sky. "Little Tongu, I haven't seen you for so many years, but you're still so annoying." Jinrentongu raised his head and said in a low voice, "Qing Ming Dragon King?" Whoosh! Whoosh! The space seemed to be torn apart by some kind of force. Four people wearing clothes made of precious materials slowly appeared. Whoosh whoosh! A special and majestic aura instantly pressed down. The four great dragon kings. The experts of the various clans were shocked. Other than the human race that currently dominated the upper realm, the dragon clan was the strongest. The appearance of the four great dragon kings, who represented the clan's authority, naturally shocked all the experts present. "It's over, it's over!" The Purple King howled in his heart. He hurriedly turned around, afraid that the other party would recognize him as the culprit who stole the dragon egg. "Brat." Although Jinrentongu looked calm, he said telepathically, "You stole the dragon egg?" "I didn't steal it." Jun Changshao broke down. The system stole the egg, and he was the scapegoat. He had nothing to say. However, he could say with a clear conscience that he, Jun Changshao, had never stolen a dragon egg. Yes, Go Xing had never stolen a dragon egg, but the Purple King had. Now that he was the hall master of the sect of all times, as the patriarch, he could not run away. He had to take the blame. Everyone thought that the Taishan elder and Jinrentongu were the scapegoat. In fact, if they thought about it carefully, Jun Changshao was the real scapegoat. Moreover, it was only natural that he took the blame. There was nothing wrong with it. The sect of all times was besieged by the various clans. It was already very troublesome. Now that the four great dragon kings of the dragon clan had arrived, even the murderous aura in the air became more intense. Jun Changshao broke down. Originally, it was just the Ling Wei True sect who came to find trouble. Why did the situation escalate to an uncontrollable level? Go Xing, who was standing behind the big shots, was nothing more than a rookie player who was fighting monsters and leveling up. Suddenly facing the entire server's number of max-level players, he really couldn't handle it. Of course, the big shots present had already automatically ignored him. To be exact, ever since the various clans appeared, they did not put Jun Changshao in their eyes. What they cared about was Jinrentongu, after all, one of the top powers of the human clan. "Big brother, the four great dragon kings are here. I'm afraid we won't be able to complete the mission given by the high priest." Damn it! Long Ting and Long Fei, who had secretly rushed to the ancient immortal mountain, broke down. This time, the two of them came under the orders of the high priest to secretly take away the awakened dragon emperor. After confirming the location with great difficulty, the four great dragon kings arrived soon after. Jinrentongu said indifferently, "Why do the four of you have time to come here?" "Humph." Qing Ming Dragon King sneered. "We are here to welcome the Dragon Emperor. If you know what's good for you, hand it over quickly." Dragon Emperor? Jinrentongu and Masato Kitano frowned. The Dragon Emperor was the supreme ruler of the Dragon Clan. Wasn't he always in the Dragon Realm? The 4 dragon kings came to the Fengqi Immortal Mountain to welcome him. Was there something wrong with their brains? Master. Jun Changshao sent a sound transmission. My contract beast is a 5-clawed dragon. Zhenren Tonggu almost fell to the ground when he heard this. The contract beasts of Sect disciples were all demonic beasts that were valued by the various clans. It was already inconceivable, but his disciples' contract beast was a 5-clawed dragon that represented imperial power. Stinking brat. Zhenren Tonggu reprimanded. And you said you didn't steal the dragon egg. I really didn't steal it. Jun Changshao broke down. Zhenren Tonggu didn't blame him anymore. Instead, he looked at the 4 great dragon kings and said indifferently, according to the agreement, your clans are not allowed to enter the world without permission. So, if you have any problems, you can go to the Jie Hall. Don't threaten my disciple. Fortunately, the people from the Jie Hall hadn't arrived yet. Otherwise, they would definitely vomit blood. Your disciple caused trouble, and as the master, you want to take the blame for it, but you want to push the blame to us? This is too much of a bully. Don't worry. The Thunder Rhombus race expert said coldly. We will definitely go to the Jie Hall to seek justice. For now, let the humans who signed the contract kill themselves. Chapter 1400. Under normal circumstances, when humans and beasts signed a contract, the contract would be dissolved upon the death of one party. For the sake of Zhenren Tonggu and Masato Kitano, the major clans didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Therefore, they took a step back and let Li Qingyang and the others who had signed the contract commit suicide. I'm sorry. Jun Changshao said indifferently. My sect's disciples have signed a life contract with your people. The experts of the major clans opened their eyes wide. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Zhenren Tonggu burst into laughter. A life contract was the most advanced type of contract. Once a life contract was established, both parties would prosper and suffer together. My disciple. After laughing, Zhenren Tonggu said, let your disciples commit suicide. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. However, he soon understood what his master meant, so he winked at Li Qingyang and the others. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the disciples drew their swords and placed them on their neck. The major clans panicked. The expert of the Thunder Rhombus tribe said hurriedly, Kid, don't be rash. Let's talk things over. Although they couldn't be sure if a life contract was really established, the major clans didn't dare to take the risk because the stolen beasts were all elites of their clans. Some of them were even future successors, and there might not be one in thousands of years. Seeing that they were nervous, Jun Changshao said to himself, I have hostages. What's there to be afraid of? Zhenren Tonggu said lightly, if I'm not wrong, these beasts should be the elites of your clans. If they die, you'll suffer a great loss. The experts of the various clans looked terrible. They had come aggressively to demand for the beasts, but because of the life contract, they were threatened. The situation changed too quickly. Of course, the major clans wouldn't let it go. No matter what, they had to bring the stolen beasts back. Swish, swish. At this moment, the experts of the Jie Hall flew over. When they saw the major clans surrounding a clan, their expressions became interesting. Wait, why were Zhenren Tonggu and Masato Kitano here? Humph. The Thunder Rhombus Races expert said coldly, your Jie Hall is finally here. The other clans also gave him cold looks, unable to suppress their anger. On the surface, the Jie Hall controlled the entire world. The eggs of every race had been stolen. If they wanted to settle the score, they would definitely look for this organization first. Sensing the anger on the faces of the various clans, the experts of the Boundary Hall who had rushed over were confused. Senior Tonggu. One of the higher-ups asked respectfully, what's going on? Zhenren Tonggu said, all the major clans came to bully my disciple. The Jie Hall is responsible for maintaining world peace. Can you tolerate your own clansmen being bullied? Jun Changshao's attempt to shift the blame could only be considered child's play. The The true master of shifting the blame was still this big shot. With just one sentence, he had shifted all the blame to Jietang and even elevated the matter to the height of the race. Humph. The Qingming Dragon King, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke up. You humans have stolen so many beast eggs from the other races. If the Realm Hall doesn't give us an explanation today, don't blame us for being merciless. They didn't expect that the various races would be here to welcome the Dragon Emperor. They would definitely take this opportunity to stir up trouble. The mouth of the experts of the Jia Hall twitched. There were at least 100 clans present, and all of them had their eggs stolen. This was a little terrifying. Who the hell did this? Also, shouldn't they be looking for the culprit? Why was it all on the Jia Hall? There was no other way. The culprit involved was under the protection of Zhenren Tonggu. The major clans had no choice but to point their fingers at the Jia Hall. Who asked them to be the enforcers? Everyone. Masato Kitano acted as the peacemaker and said, I already have a rough understanding of the situation. Actually, there's no need to be so stiff. Why don't we each take a step back? These words almost made the major clans curse. We have been giving in ever since we appeared. Instead, you humans keep pushing your luck. Humph. The expert of the Thunder Rhombus race said coldly, My clansmen must be taken away today. That's right. The experts of the other clans all expressed their opinions. No matter how they backed off, the principle of taking the demonic beasts away would not change. How about this? Masato Kitano suggested. Since they can sign a life contract with your clansmen, it means that they are fated to be together. Since you want to take them away, then take them away together. I don't agree. Jun Changshao immediately refused. Those are my core disciples. How can I let them go with the major clans? Brat. Zhenren Tonggu transmitted his voice. The first requirement of signing a life contract is that the attributes of both parties are perfectly compatible. The territories of the major clans all have powerful attribute energies. If your disciples follow them, their strength will definitely increase significantly. Is that so? Jun Changshao questioned. Zhenren Tonggu said, Let's say that the Thunder Rhombus race's thunder pool contains extremely powerful thunder attribute. Your disciples can sign a life contract with the Thunder Rhombus beast and temper themselves inside. It will be easy for them to break through to the reincarnation core realm. Jun Changshao was immediately tempted. Ever since he ascended from the sect, he had not added any new martial arts facilities. If the Thunder Rhombus race's thunder pool could greatly improve Li Qingyang's strength, it would definitely be a good thing. There's also the Ice Phoenix clan's Frigid Pond. The ice attribute contained within it is second to none in the entire upper realm. Your female disciple with an ice attribute physique will only increase her realm even faster if she enters it. Venerable Tong Gu continued. But what if the major clans bully my disciples? They've already signed a life contract. If they dare to bully your disciples, they'll be going against their own clansmen. Jun Changshao began to seriously consider. Moreover, Zhenren Tonggu continued, your disciples' cultivation will increase, and their contracted beasts' cultivation will also increase. When they realize this, they'll probably be overjoyed. Okay. Jun Changshao immediately expressed his stance. You can take these demonic beasts away, but you have to take my disciples with you. The powerhouses of the major clans almost vomited blood. We came all the way here and we still have to bring back a human? What kind of situation is this? If you don't agree, Zhenren Tonggu said calmly, we'll have to die together. Swoosh, swoosh. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji placed their swords on their necks again. Damn it. The powerhouses of the various clans gritted their teeth in anger. Okay. The powerhouse of the Thunder Rhombus race said, we can take them away, but they can only stay in our clan for 2 years. After that, they'll scram. TSK. Jun Changshao snorted coldly and said, you're talking as if my disciples will refuse to leave. It's decided then. Old Man Chi said, "The various clans will take them away for 2 years. The Boundary Hall will bear witness." The powerhouse of the Boundary Hall broke down. "We still don't understand what's going on. Why are we suddenly bearing witness?" As the disciples of the sect of all times had signed a life contract with their own clansmen, the major clans did not dare to act rashly. Therefore, after a friendly negotiation, they agreed to take the disciples back to their clans for 2 years. Patriarch Li Qingyang stopped at the foot of the mountain with the thunder rhombus beast in his arms. His eyes were filled with reluctance. Standing at the mountain gate, Jun Changshao smiled and said, "Give me a surprise 2 years later." "Yes." Li Qingyang turned around and left with the thunder rhombus rays. Lu Qianqian, Yi Xingchen, Xiao Ziji, and Su Xiaoma also left with the other major clans. The murderous aura that gathered in the sky gradually faded as the various clans left. Phew! Watching his precious treasures leave, Jun Changshao took a deep breath. Then, he turned his head and secretly wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes. Sand got in my eyes. Originally, it was the various clans who came looking for trouble. The situation gradually escalated and even turned into a falling out between the human race and the other clans. However, under the control of Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano, the situation turned into a few core disciples who obtained an opportunity. Of course, many clans did not leave because they had not seen their own clansmen. Jun Changshao had only hatched a few eggs so far. The rest were all stored in the Spirit Beast Hall. He could not take them out even if he wanted to. Therefore, he could only say shamelessly, "Everyone, I didn't steal your eggs. If you don't believe me, you can come and search." Chapter 1401. Jun Changshao refused to admit that he had stolen the egg, and because it had not hatched yet, the various races were unable to confirm it, so after a round of negotiations, they could only choose to leave. Everyone. Before leaving, he heard Goxing say, "If I find the egg, I will definitely inform you to come and collect it." Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji and the others left with the various races, giving him a new idea. In the future, he would equip the other disciples with contract beasts and arrange for them to eat and drink with the various races. The various races were either depressed or cursing as they left. Only the 4 great dragon kings from the dragon clan did not leave, because they had yet to see the future dragon emperor. Stinking brat! Jinren Tonggu sent a sound transmission. "Hurry up and call out your contract beast, follow these dragon kings and leave." Jun Changshao immediately felt awkward. Li Qingyang and the others' contract beasts were hatched under normal circumstances, and their forms did not change at all. However, the little dragon had mutated during its incubation period, and if the dragon experts were to discover that it was different, the problem would be a bit serious. "Kid," Qing Ming Dragon King said coldly, "we have already sensed the aura of the Dragon Emperor. It's useless even if you hide it, so hurry up and hand it over." The other 3 Dragon Kings gradually released their cultivation. It was obvious that as long as the other party did not cooperate, they would attack. Because the various races were afraid of Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano, they were forced to compromise and take away Li Qingyang and the others. However, the 4 strongest dragons were not afraid of fighting at all, and even hoped that the other party would fight with them. Warlike. One of the dragon race's characteristics. Disciple. Jinren Tonggu said, "These few dragon kings are a bit difficult to deal with." Jun Changshao began to feel conflicted. Whoosh! Just at this moment, the little dragon flew down from Dragon Head Peak and landed beside him, saying, "I'll go with you. It's our Dragon Emperor." Long Fei, who was hiding in the shadows, said excitedly. Long Ting frowned. "Why is there something wrong with the aura?" The little dragon exuded a royal aura that only the dragon clan could sense. However, there was something different about it. It felt like its bloodline was not pure. Since the Tengfei brothers had sensed it, the 4 dragon kings naturally sensed it as well. Thus they all frowned. That was right. This should be the Dragon Emperor that I'm looking for. But why was the aura emitted a little different? It was a good thing that little Long Long had entered its third form and completely transformed into a human. If it was still in its lizard form, they would have exploded on the spot. Master. With its back facing Jun Changshao, the little dragon said, "Thank you for taking care of me all these years. It's not a life and death parting. Why are you being so sentimental?" Jun Changshao shook his head. The 4 Dragon Kings were very strong, which made him realize that it would be difficult to resolve the conflict if he didn't hand over the little dragon. Therefore, he could only accept the outcome of separating from the contract beast. Jinren Tonggu had also enlightened Go Xing just now. The content was, "Your contracted beast can only become a real dragon in the dragon realm. Go." Jun Changshao compromised. The disciples had already endured the pain of letting the major clans take them away. What was the point of letting the contract beast leave? Moreover, this was a great opportunity for them. The little dragon walked away. 2 lines of tears appeared on its face that had already faded. Jun Changshao turned around again, forcefully suppressing the reluctance in his heart. He bit his lips and looked up at the sky. "Master." The little dragon stopped in front of the mountain gate, raised its hand to wipe away its tears and said, "I will be back. If you want to leave, leave quickly. Don't talk so much nonsense." Jun Changshao roared. The little dragon walked down the Sect gate. It didn't look back during the entire process. It was only until it was enveloped by the special energy of the 4 Dragon Kings that it gradually disappeared into the sky. With the departure of the 4 Dragon Clan powerhouses, the murderous aura in the air weakened a lot. Phew! The Purple King let out a long sigh of relief. He was completely relieved that the Dragon Clan didn't pursue the matter of the stolen eggs. Old Purple felt comfortable, but Jun Changshao, who was facing the main hall, felt as if a knife was piercing his heart. After all, the core disciples and contract beasts that he treasured so much had left him just like that. Am I useless as a patriarch if I let others take them away? Yes. The system said frankly. Jun Changshao clutched his chest and said, "It's so uncomfortable. I want to cry." Although the disciples and contract beasts were taken away by various clans, it was also their opportunity. But what if the situation was different? What if it involved life and death? Wouldn't he have no ability to protect them? So, the host needs to become stronger. So strong that you don't have to rely on your master or external forces to protect your most important loved ones, the system said. He didn't take the opportunity to encourage Jun Changshao to shop in the store, because a true good friend would give him warmth at a critical moment. "Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to stay for a meal?" Jinren Tonggu looked at the warriors of the Jia Hall with a hint of impatience on his face. "Goodbye. Goodbye." The people of the Jia Hall quickly left the Aeon Immortal Mountain. When they came, they were full of question marks, and when they left, they were still full of question marks. They had even taken the blame for countless times, because the various races had placed all the blame on them for the theft of the eggs. It was Jun Changshao who did it, but he belonged to the human camp, so the Jia Hall, who was in charge of managing the world, had to be able to take the blame. Of course, they still obtained a very important piece of information, and that was that the patriarch of the sect of all times was Jinren Tonggu's disciple. "Master." On a mountain in the distance, the hunchbacked old man said in surprise, "This kid has a strong background." He and Empress Ling Yao had arrived early, but because the powerful cultivators of various clans were gathered at the sect of all times, and Jinren Tonggu and other top cultivators were present, they didn't have the right to go. To put it simply, with the situation just now, not many people had the right to go. Empress Ling Yao said, "The Jia Hall was still discussing how to deal with the sect of all times, but now I'm afraid they've completely given up on that idea." If Jin Hao knew about this, he would probably vomit blood. The hunchbacked old man laughed. Empress Ling Yao said calmly, He should be praying that the sect of all times doesn't grow too quickly, or his life will be in danger. Let's go. Let's go back. Before leaving, she looked in a certain direction and thought, the environment of the various clans is extremely cruel. Can he survive for 2 years? Yi Xingqian, who was following the Panhu cultivators, suddenly stopped and looked back at the Aeon Immortal Mountain. He clenched his fists and said, "Patriarch, wait for my return." Woof woof. The husk-like Panhu barked twice, then rubbed its head against its owner's body. Seeing this, the Panhu cultivators almost wanted to beat up Yi Xingqian. After all, this was the next successor carefully selected by their race. How could he sign a natal contract with a human trash? Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and Su Xiaoma also stopped and looked back at the Aeon Immortal Mountain. They didn't know what kind of hardships they would face after leaving the sect, but they had already made up their minds, to become stronger, to become stronger. Patriarch. Fellow sect members. Wait for our return. 2 years really wasn't too long. He could only wait and see what changes would happen when the core disciples returned. Disciple. After sending off his friends, Zhenren Tonggu said meaningfully, "The upper realm is far more complicated than you think. The path of developing the sect is destined to be long." Jun Changshao clenched his fists and said, "Teacher, I want to become stronger." Seeing the absolute desire for power in his eyes, Zhenren Tonggu said seriously, "Then follow me to the extreme cavern for 2 years of hellish training." Okay. On the same day, Jun Changshao handed over the sect's affairs to Rose of Flowers and left the Aeon Immortal Mountain without hesitation. In the beginning, Go Xing only used the name of Zhenren Tonggu's disciple to intimidate others. Now that he left with Zhenren Tonggu and went through the hellish training, they were truly master and disciple. Husband. On the Dragon Head Peak, Rose of Flowers looked at the disappearing figure and thought, "I will take care of the sect and wait for your return in 2 years." Chapter 1402. The core disciples and contracted beasts went to various clans to train, and the Patriarch was also taken away by Zhenren Tonggu. The sect of all times entered a relatively peaceful phase. Fortunately, before Jun Changshao left, he had already set up a pill business and opened up more medicinal field. Rose of Flowers and the rest could operate normally. The planting of medicinal herbs and the sale of pills continued, and the disciples worked even harder in their cultivation. 2 years was a short time for ordinary people, not to mention martial artists who could easily live for thousands of years. Therefore, in these 700 days, the extent to which the sect of all times could develop with the support of the industry was also something to look forward to. At the same time, the news of various clans gathering at Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain and surrounding the sect of all times began to spread through the entire upper realm, causing a huge commotion. Zhenren Tonggu, Masato Kitano, and the other powerhouses all appeared, gathering the powerful aura between heaven and earth. Even now, thinking about it is still shocking. Brother, what exactly happened to alarm so many reclusive big shots? I'm not sure about the details. I only know that someone stole the beast eggs of various clans, and then they all came looking for him. What happened after that? They didn't fight, it should have been settled peacefully. The people from the Realm Hall came too. I heard that the 4 Dragon Kings almost fought back then. Various martial artists frantically tried to find out what happened before, but due to the limited sources of information, they could not accurately understand the situation. The main reason was that the various clans and reclusive big shots were present at that time, and the martial artists who were watching the show could only watch from afar. They were even worried that the fight would affect them, so they had no idea about the details at all. However, a piece of shocking news spread. The Patriarch of the sect of all times, who had just ascended for a few months, was actually Zhenren Tonggu's direct disciple. That's awesome! For a moment all the martial artists, especially the young elites, were envious and jealous. After all, Senior Tonggu was too powerful in the upper realm. Everyone did not know much about what happened at the ancient Immortal Mountain, but they all remembered that the newly ascended sect was not a pushover, but had a strong background. That's right. Not long after Jun Changshao left, Spirit Micro True Sect sent over 200 million profound stones. This was also not a small amount of resources. After discussing with Yuan Gongzi and the others, Rose of Flowers decided to invest all of it in medicinal herbs. Every large-scale clan had their own territory. For example, the Dragon clan resided in an independent space known as the Dragon Domain. This region was more like a small world. It was attached to the upper realm system, but it had a separate entrance and exit. It was almost impossible for humans to break in. The territories where the Thunder Chestnut race and the Ice Phoenix race lived were called the Thunder Chestnut Domain and the Ice Phoenix Domain. Because it was created by the different races, each domain gathered the attributes of heaven and earth that were beneficial to them, and it was suitable for the cultivation and growth of the same race. ZZZ. ZZZ. When Li Qingyang was brought into the Thunder Caltrip region, he felt as if he was in a thundercloud. Dense electric arcs flowed everywhere he looked. There were also other heaven and earth elements here, but the lightning element was the main element, and its purity was much higher than in the outside world. Li Qingyang's blood and physique were ignited. The Thunder Caltrip beast, who had established a life contract with him, felt the stronger lightning element environment, and its eyes flickered with excitement. Kid. A powerhouse from the Thunder Caltrip race said coldly, "Can you withstand it?" This independent space not only contained the lightning element, but also powerful demonic qi. Ordinary human martial artists would easily have their minds corroded when they entered. Li Qingyang said, "Yes." Demonic qi was poisonous to him, but it was a great tonic to the contracted beast. The two had established a life contract, so naturally, they would not be corroded and would even benefit from it. "Let's go." The Thunder Caltrip race powerhouse said lightly, "There are stronger attributes inside." From the beginning to the end, his words were cold. Obviously, he did not like this human. "There are stronger ones?" Li Qingyang's eyes lit up. The lightning element here had already made his blood boil. If there were stronger ones, it would be too blissful. ZZZ. ZZZ. As he followed the other party, the lightning element around him became stronger, and his blood boiled. Comfortable. Too comfortable. Li Qingyang was not happy for too long. As they approached the city where the Thunder Caltrip race had lived for generations, the lightning element became more and more intense. His whole body began to feel tearing pain. A pained look appeared in the little lightning rhombus beast's eyes. Clearly, its innate effect had been triggered. Seeing this, the powerhouse leading the way hurriedly grabbed Li Qingyang and took him to the outside. The tearing feeling gradually dissipated when they left the stronger layer. "Kid, you're too weak to withstand the stronger lightning element. Stay at the outer layer from now on." A touch of bitterness appeared on Li Qingyang's face. He thought that he could adapt well to the stronger lightning element environment, but he could not withstand it before even reaching the city. In fact, he had not yet entered the void-piercing realm, and it was already good that he had made it this far. If it were a martial artist from the upper world, he would have burped under the dual effects of the lightning element and demonic qi. The little Thunder Caltrip beast walked over and rubbed against its master to comfort him. "Sorry." Li Qingyang patted its little head and said, "I've dragged you down." The little Thunder Caltrip beast was not afraid of the lightning element here, but because it had signed a life contract, it had to experience the pain its master suffered. Because the closer they were to the city, the stronger the lightning element was. Li Qingyang could not adapt with his strength, so he could only temporarily stay at the outer layer and set up a tent. "It's only 2 years. When the time is up, we'll get rid of him immediately." The Thunder Caltrip tribe did not welcome humans, but since they had an agreement with Zhenren Tonggu, they brought him in and left him alone, allowing him to develop as he wished. However, after a period of training, Li Qingyang showed great perseverance, which greatly surprised them. Buzz buzz buzz. In the thunderstorm area closest to the city, a figure stood there, surrounded by lightning and arcs. I can still hold on. I can still hold on. Li Qingyang's face gradually became ferocious, and his meridians and blood were refined by the pure lightning element again and again. Plop! A few hours later, he returned to the temporary tent and lay down like a pile of mud. The little thunder caltrop beast also experienced the same torture as its master, and leaned against the side, sore all over. 1 day. 10 days. 1 month. Under the camera, Li Qingyang fell down again and again, and stood up again and again. The tent kept moving forward, and they were getting closer and closer to the city. Tisk tisk. The thunder caltrop race expert said in surprise, "This human is not bad." Huff huff. On the 50th day after arriving here, Li Qingyang finally managed to step into the lower void shattering stage from the great circle of the martial saint realm by relying on his great willpower and continuous tempering. The little thunder chestnut beast that had signed a life contract with him had also been completely refined. Was it fast? In Yi Xingqian's eyes, it was not fast at all. Because this guy had only cultivated for 20 to 30 days in the Panhu region and reached the lower void-piercing realm. Ha! Ha 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 ha! On the day of the breakthrough, Anyo covered his face and laughed. The lower void-piercing realm was equivalent to the martial emperor realm in the Starfall continent, which meant that he had recovered to the peak level of his previous life. Li Qingyang pursued stability, so he focused on stability when cultivating in the Thunder Caltrop region. Yi Xingqian was different, and he started to cultivate to the extreme in the Panhu region, and he would not stop until he was exhausted. Lunatic! A lunatic who doesn't care about his life. That was the Panhu race expert's comment on Anyo. The contract beast would be the next to suffer, and it would be lying on the ground like its master every day. In the beginning, the little fellow's heart was broken. However, after overloading his cultivation, he gradually accepted it and even felt pain and joy at the same time. Continue, continue. Reaching the lower void-piercing realm was not enough to satisfy Yi Xingqian. He wanted to reach the middle, upper, and then Empress Lingyao's level. Compared to Anyo's reckless cultivation, Li Qingyang's tempering step by step was simply too steady. Of course, stability had its benefits, at least it could be sustained. Unlike Yi Xingqian, who had to rest for a long time every time he pushed himself to the limit. Inside the Xian turtle region, Xiao Ziji was half naked, and he was carrying a huge rock on his back as he struggled to move forward. The rock was not big, but it was heavier than a mountain. The Xian turtle race was a defense-oriented race, and the region they lived in had a natural gravity system. Even a small rock under their feet would weigh 1,000 pounds. Little guy. A white-haired old man in human form said, "If you are so tired from carrying a 5th-grade rock, don't even think about carrying a 1st-grade rock for the next 2 years." Xiao Ziji did not say anything, and he continued to move forward. The old man shook his head, then turned and left. When he arrived the next day, he found that the little guy had fallen asleep with a 5th-grade rock on his back, so he said in surprise, "It's incredible that a human's physical strength can last for so long." More than a month after coming to the Xian turtle region, Xiao Ziji entered the lower void-piercing realm, and the 5th-grade rock on his back was replaced by a 4th-grade rock. The stronger weight and gravity disturbed his whole body, and every inch of his muscles was stimulated and strengthened. Shwa! Shwa! In the dense and complicated jungle, Su Xiaomao was running at top speed, and his forehead was already dripping with sweat. He did not know how long he had run, but his legs seemed to be filled with lead, and he finally stopped, panting. Kid! Suddenly, a figure landed on a tree and said, "You hid for a long time this time." Su Xiaomao was paralyzed on the ground and said weakly, Don't worry, wait a while. I will make sure you can't catch up." Shameless boasting. The elite of the divine walker race sneered. 2 months later, in the same complicated environment, at the same place, Su Xiaoma, who had broken through to the void-piercing realm, shuttled through the grass with extremely fancy step. Although he was caught in the end, the time it took to catch him had increased from the initial 15 minutes to 2 hours. TSK. The elite of the divine walker race in charge of training him said in surprise, "You have some ability, human. Have you heard? The human woman who signed a life contract with our future successor has been approved by the patriarch to enter the cold pool to train." "No way? She can take it?" "I heard from the elders that she has been in there for 2 days. Our Ice Phoenix race has to temper in the small cold pool for at least a few decades before we can go to the cold pool. She, a human who has been here for less than 2 months, went in. This speed is too exaggerated. The patriarch has a very high opinion of that woman, and even took the initiative to summon her. Outside, in a place with mountains and forests, surrounded by clouds and mist." A scream suddenly pierced through the sky, breaking the original peace. "What are you howling for?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch." On the flat ground outside the extreme cave abode, Jun Changshao grimaced as he sat in a wooden basin. There was a viscous medicinal liquid in the basin, and when it came into contact with his skin and flesh, he immediately felt a bone-piercing pain. "If you can't even bear this little pain, how can you accept the devil's training?" Zhenren Tonggu rolled his eyes at him. "Master," Jun Changshao broke down and said, "this medicinal bath of yours not only stimulates my muscles and meridians, but also my soul. I feel like I'm about to ascend to heaven." "Don't talk nonsense," Zhenren Tonggu said. "Soak in it for a month first." Jun Changshao directly leaned the back of his head against the medicinal basin, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. This so-called marrow and bone cleansing medicinal bath was condensed by Zhenren Tonggu after spending 1,000 years collecting hundreds of heavenly and earthly treasures. The effect was not only to temper the body and meridians, but also to greatly enhance the strength of the soul. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others mostly received a single type of training, while Go Xing received an all-round training. The taste was definitely not good. The most devastated thing was, core disciples at least had contracted beasts that could share the master's pain. Jun Changshao relied on his own willpower to endure. During this period, he could not rest and had to soak in it for a month. "Master, I want to relieve myself." "In the basin." "Master, I want to take a dump." "In the big basin." Under the supervision of the strict master, Jun Changshao forcibly soaked in the marrow and bone cleansing medicinal bath for an entire month. When he walked out, his skin was smooth and tender, as white as jade. "Damn!" Go Xing said in surprise. "The change is so big?" The system said, "Not only that, the host's blood, meridians, muscles, and even soul have been greatly improved." "Is that so?" Jun Changshao hurriedly closed his eyes and looked inside his body. Indeed, compared to a month ago, there was an earth-shattering change. He then exclaimed, "Master is indeed the top boss in the upper realm. Even a medicinal bath made by him is so awesome." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, Rebirth. The reward is 300,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 900000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, Rebirth. The hidden reward has been triggered. The reward is Experience Talisman X5. It's here. The forward hidden mission. Jun Changshao was stunned when he heard the notification. Then, he squatted on the ground and laughed. Li Qingyang and the others were already used to this kind of situation. Zhenren Tonggu, who was sitting next to him and studying the chess pieces, was surprised. "Why is he laughing like a fool?" "Master." Jun Changshao stood up and said, "When will the devil training begin? I can't wait." "Right now." Zhenren Tonggu picked up a willow branch and suddenly attacked with a cold gaze. Swoosh! Swoosh! In an instant, a dense stream of light came over in a crisscrossing pattern. Jun Changxiao's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but it was too late. He was whipped until he screamed and barked like a dog. Smack, 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 smack. After a simple and unadorned attack, Go Xing lay on the ground covered in cuts and bruises. White foam came out of his mouth. What kind of devil training is this? Over the next month, Jun Changxiao began to be personally trained by Zhenren Tonggu. He was whipped on the ground again and again. It was called training his sensitivity and reaction. 2 years later, Jun Changxiao walked out of the extreme cave. Due to the rebirth, his skin was very white and delicate, but there was a sense of vicissitudes in his eyes. Master, Jun Changxiao said, I'm leaving. Scram, scram, scram. Zhenren Tonggu said angrily, Don't let me see you. He brought this guy to undergo cruel devil training, hoping that he could break through from the first transformation to the third or fifth transformation. In the end, after 2 whole years, he did not even reach the second transformation. It was a huge blow to his self-esteem. He even suspected that he was not suitable to teach disciples. No. Zhenren Tonggu was very professional in training. Even ordinary people without talent could be nurtured into talent. Jun Changxiao did not improve because he was suppressed by the epic mission. In fact, not long after the bone marrow cleansing medicinal bath, the epic mission came, and the content was to wait for the disciples to return in 2 years. To be exact, the completion condition of this mission was to wait for Li Qingyang and the rest to return to the sect. It was simple, but it was time-consuming. He wanted the sect to become an immortal-level sect within 100 years, but in the end, there was an epic mission with a 2-year time limit. Wasn't this King cheating him? Sigh. Jun Changxiao was helpless. However, he could not do nothing. Hence, he continued to cultivate with Zhenren Tonggu. Although his cultivation level remained the same, his understanding of martial arts had changed drastically. Swoosh. He put on a black robe and put on a pair of sunglasses. Jun Changxiao walked out of the extreme cavern abode and said proudly, I'm no longer who I used to be. Sizzle sizzle. In the thunder pool of the thunder rhombus race, Li Qingyang, who seemed to have been asleep for a long time, slowly opened his eyes and said, It's been 2 years. At the whirlpool connecting the Panhu region and the outside world, Yi Xingchen walked out, and the small Panhu beast behind him had changed from a husky to a large husky. Su Xiaoma and Xiao Ziji also left the independent space at the same time. As they had been using the hidden cultivation technique, it was hard to see how strong they were. However, the 2 years of training had made them mature. Pucci. In the whirlpool outside the Ice Phoenix region, the Ice Phoenix flapped its wings and flew out with Lu Qianqian on its back. This woman's temperament was colder than before, and she was also more pure. Patriarch. Everyone looked in the direction of the ancient immortal mountain and said with determination, We're back. P.S. 4,900 plus chapters. Chapter 1403. 2 years really passed by quickly, and a chapter had passed. However, Jun Changxiao's first transition realm did not increase due to the suppression of the epic mission. It was a little troublesome. Martial arts could be measured by strength, but knowledge and experience were difficult to express. Therefore, although Go Xing did not increase his realm, he did not waste his time with old man Tong Gu. In particular, Masato Kitano and the other big shots would occasionally drop by. He was in charge of pouring tea and water at the side, and benefited a lot from their influence. You might not believe it, but I'm just a newbie account that just entered the revolving core realm, and yet I'm always following behind a group of peak reality-seeking experts and listening to them talk about the world. What style! This is it. That's why when I left the extreme cave abode, I did not recognize anyone. Zhenren Tonggu and I are master and disciple. I played chess with Masato Kitano, and I discussed the Tao with the 7 sages of Ethereal Hall. Who in the upper realm's revolving core realm is more awesome than me? There really isn't anyone. Not to mention ordinary martial artists, even the top sects would not be able to meet a reclusive big shot of this level. Right now, Jun Changshao was a veteran of the Jianghu who had experience, knowledge, and connections. Most importantly, he had learned Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano's martial art. Although his realm did not increase, he already had a lot of skills. 2 years ago, he was humiliated by the big clans, and his family was almost destroyed. 2 years later, he returned after enduring hardships and learning martial arts. He was hailed as the strongest mercenary, and his code name was Go Xing. When he returned to Huadu this time, he would beat up the rich second generation and kick the Gu clan. Those who followed his lead would prosper, and those who opposed him would perish. The system roared, "This is a fantasy world, not a city." Tonggu. Masato Kitano, who was standing in front of the extreme cave abode, said, "Your disciple's comprehension is extremely high, and I've never seen anyone like him before. I'm really looking forward to what he can achieve in the future." Huff. He blew out a smoke ring. The electronic cigar in his hand had been exchanged with a profound martial art. At first, Jun Changshao insisted on giving it to him for free. He even said that Shizuan's friend was his elder, so he had to accept it. In any case, Masato Kitano was a big shot with a reputation. How could he have the nerve to ask for something from a junior? Therefore, he used a martial skill called Great Strength Bone-Breaking Hand in exchange. When Jun Changshao saw this, he gave her things every now and then. As a result, Jun Changshao obtained a lot of martial arts, and all of them were unique secret manuals. The 7 sages of Ethereal Hall were not spared either. These people did not like to play chess. They liked to recite poems and especially liked to taste wine. Go Xing gave them the right medicine. 300 poems of the Tang dynasty were used one after another. It was definitely enough to make them drunk until they were swaying left and right. One after another, he gifted them a lot of martial arts. After a rough estimation, Jun Changshao had obtained no less than 10 types of martial arts from them. There were movement techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, and sword technique. Here came the problem. With so many profound martial arts, would he be able to master them in 2 years? He did. He comprehended all of them to the point of perfection. Jun Changshao's comprehension was undeniable, especially after refreshing the store 2 years ago. He obtained the talisman of insight that was suitable for the upper realm. As long as it was not a store martial art, he would definitely understand and master it instantly. It was because of this that Masato Kitano gave him such a high evaluation. It's such a pity that I didn't witness the big event that happened at Phoenix Perch Mountain 2 years ago. Yes, so many big shots gathered in the sky above the sect of all times. The scene must have been magnificent. If ordinary martial artists like us could have been there, we wouldn't have any regrets even if we died. In the dining hall of an inn in a city, a few martial artists were drinking while discussing what happened 2 years ago. It was obvious that even though it had been a long time, the world had not forgotten. Let's not talk about old things. Let's talk about the sect competition that's going to be held in Majestic City in half a year. What's there to talk about? The champion will definitely be the 4 sects with the word truth in it. The sect competition that's held every few years has always been attended by the Xian sections. It's strange that 4 sects with the word truth have been attracted to participate this time. I heard that the champion's reward is very generous. Oh? What are the rewards? I'm not sure about the details. I only heard that there's a blood sun flamecloud rock that weighs 1,000 caddies. The martial artists in the dining hall widened their eyes. The blood sun flamecloud rock was an extremely high-level treasure of heaven and earth in the upper realm. It could be used to forge weapons, treasures, and equipment. In terms of quality, it was definitely at the top of the truth level. No wonder the 4 sects with the word truth are participating. Just the 1,000 caddies of heaven and earth alone is enough to make people drool. I heard that many small sects have given up on the competition. If the sects with the word truth are participating, the sects with the name truth will definitely become cannon fodder. Giving up on the competition is a wise choice. Just as everyone was discussing fervently, the black-robed man who was drinking alone in the corner got up and went to the counter to pay the bill. He then left the inn without looking back. That was right. He was Jun Changshao, codenamed Go Shing. He did not take the green train or plane back to the sect. Instead, he chose to travel on foot, wanting to experience the local customs of the various cities in the upper realm. Because the hidden cultivation technique concealed one's strength and aura, he was completely ignored while drinking in the dining hall. Majestic City. Sect Grand Competition. Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "Interesting." Swoosh. Walking out of the city, with a light tap of his foot, he instantly flew out. His speed was so fast that the passers-by were shocked and widened their eyes. That guy's aura is only at the first transformation. Why is his flying speed so fast? Everywhere he passes, there are afterimages. Could it be Ling Zhao's unique movement technique? Ling Zhao's Ling Xiao afterimage technique? Roar. In the endless wilderness, several demonic beasts comparable to the first transformation rushed over with earth-shattering footsteps. Yi Xingqian slowly raised his head and said arrogantly, "Trash." As soon as he said that, the demonic beasts that were rushing over were horrified. This was because the aura around him and his eyes were even scarier than theirs. Was he a human or one of their kind? They could not afford to offend him. The demonic beasts quickly made the decision to escape. However, just as they turned around, they saw a husky that was a few feet tall blocking their way. Their dazed eyes gradually turned sharp. Oh God! It was a Panhu beast. Swoosh! At this moment, Yi Xingqian rushed over with a strong aura of hostility. Boom, 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 boom. There were no fancy moves, only simple and unadorned. When Yi Xingqian stood in front of his contracted beasts, the 4 demonic beasts behind him had huge holes in their heads and chests. Their dim eyes were still filled with the fear of death. The Panhu beast licked the blood on its master's fist clean with its tongue and looked at the corpses with a burning gaze. "Go," Yi Xingqian said, "have a good meal." Woof, woof, woof. The Panhu beast barked a few times and was about to rush over, but Anyo grabbed its ear and roared, "How many times have I told you, stop barking like a dog?" Meow meow. Yi Xingqian almost fell to the ground. Although the Panhu beast was not yet an adult, its appetite was very big. The few huge demonic beasts were eaten in a short while and only bones were left. "Let's go," Yi Xingqian said lightly. After he and his contracted beasts left, more than 10 martial artists in uniform were still in shock. "Senior brother, this guy is too fierce. He killed 4 demonic beasts in an instant." The elders were right. There is always someone better in the upper realm. A young man who looks like he is in his 20s or 30s has such terrifying strength. If this person participates in the upcoming sect competition, I'm afraid it will be difficult for our severing emotions true sect to deal with him. Walking alone in the mountains, he should be a rogue cultivator. He is not qualified to participate in the sect competition. What's more, senior brother has successfully severed the 3 emotions. His strength has greatly increased. He may not be weaker than him. While they were discussing, Jun Changshao, who was on his way back to the sect, said to himself, "The upcoming sect grand competition should only allow disciples to participate. It just so happens that Qingyang, Xingchen, and the others have just returned from their training. I can take them to test their strength." Chapter 1404. Sect of All Times. A large number of cultivators dressed as peddlers walked to the foot of the mountain and handed over all kinds of medicinal herb seeds to the disciples in charge of receiving them. After receiving the corresponding amount of money, they left. At the beginning of every month, this scene would happen, and it had already become a habit. The disciples who obtained all kinds of medicinal herbs returned to the sect and first reported to the higher-ups, then sent them to the medical hall for Sun Bukong to sort out and distribute the batch and quantity. In the past 2 years, the sect of all times's medicinal herb fields had grown to a large scale, forming a virtuous cycle in terms of planting and refining. The business of the pill store in Lin Yuan City was booming day by day, bringing in 20 to 30 million in profit every month. In fact, it could be even bigger, but Feng Guichen was the only one refining pills. Although the amount of medicinal herbs planted every month was large, very little was used for refining pills, and the rest could only be stored. Because of the support of the industry and the fixed amount of magnetite received at fixed times, the realm of the disciples of the sect of all times improved significantly. After 2 years of development, they had already reached the level of Wu Xing. Ding Xingwang, Gongsun Haohai, and the other higher-ups had also stepped into the lower void-piercing realm. Of course, the overall improvement was due to the environment. However, as one's realm increased, one's cultivation would also become more difficult. To reach the level of Wu Xing, one would either need a large amount of time or a large amount of resources. In the past 2 years, the fastest improvement in the sect of all times was the array hall, because of the teachings of the Taishan elder. Speaking of this person, it had to be mentioned that Ling Wei True Sect had previously given him the key along with the resources, so he had already escaped from the cage and regained his freedom. However, every time he taught Shangguan Xinyao, he would have a splitting headache. Of course, the Taishan elder had also benefited a lot in the past 2 years in the sect. Because of the many ideas provided by the array-breaking chapter, he had a deep understanding of arrays. He was especially infatuated with Lu Wancher's cooking. Every time he was busy for a while, he would come to the cafeteria and say, "Girl, quickly make me a bowl of braised lion's head." In the past, he was very reluctant to take the blame for Goshing's troubles. Now that he was given another chance, he would definitely take the blame again. The sect of all times's culture was that new disciples had to play soccer. It was the rule of the sect of all times that the big shots who had joined the sect would definitely be fragrant. The busiest person in the past 2 years was Rose of Flowers, because before Jun Changshao left, he handed over all the affairs of the sect to her, so she had to do everything perfectly. Fortunately, the atmosphere in the sect was very good, and it was not particularly troublesome to manage. 2 years. Sitting in the study, Rose of Flowers looked through the list of medicinal materials that had just been reported. She rubbed her temples, looked out of the window, and murmured, "My husband should be back soon. Mistress." Right at this moment, Li Fei ran over and said joyfully, "Second senior brother is back." Rose of Flowers subconsciously heard that the patriarch had returned. She was overjoyed, but when she came back to her senses, she could not hide her disappointment. Sect of all times, martial arts arena. Li Qingyang stopped and looked up at the main hall with the plaque, unyielding iron bones. He cupped his hands and said excitedly, "Patriarch, this disciple is back." The thunder chestnut beast, which was already taller than him, was crouched behind him. Thunder and lightning gathered around its body, making it look extraordinarily mighty. Perhaps it was because he had been in a hurry, but Li Qingyang gave off a rather tired feeling. However, his sharp eyes seemed to emit the power of thunder and lightning. The disciples who had rushed over from various peaks saw this, and were all secretly amazed. Second senior brother must have undergone earth-shattering changes in the past 2 years. Senior brother. Long Xiang walked over and said, "After you left with the Thunder Chestnut tribe, the patriarch also went to cultivate with senior Tonggu." "I see." Li Qingyang said, "No wonder when I came up the mountain, I felt that the sect lacked a certain atmosphere." He could not say what atmosphere was lacking, but the readers knew that the sect of all times without Jun Changshao lacked a sense of grandeur. Eldest senior sister is back. Suddenly, a disciple shouted at the top of his lungs. Before the crowd could turn around, they felt an extremely strong cold current pressing down on them. The originally spring-like environment suddenly turned into the cold winter of the 12th lunar month. Yawn. Yawn. The disciples sneezed and shivered. Poochie. Poochie. An ice phoenix, flickering under the sunlight, flew over and then flapped its wings to hover above the arena. Swoosh. Lu Qianqian floated down and said, "Patriarch is not here." Clearly, she had also noticed that the sect lacked a certain grandeur. Li Qingyang had changed quite a bit. He looked more mature and steady than before. Lu Qianqian's appearance had not changed much. It was as if time had not left any traces on her face. As for her cold temperament, it was even more intense than before. If it were any other sect, they would definitely feel uncomfortable and even catch a cold the next day. However, when the eldest senior sister returned, not only did the sect of all times disciples feel comfortable, but their spirits also became clear. After all, they had already gotten used to it. Ha ha ha! At this moment, loud laughter came from the foot of the mountain. "I'm here." From the voice, it was definitely Su Xiaoma. This guy did not take the usual path. He jumped up from the cliff at the side of the mountain gate and then landed on the arena with one hand on the ground and his feet spread apart. "Senior brother Su." Li Fei happily rushed over, but in the end, he was sent flying with a kick. He then looked at Xia Shuiyun affectionately in the distance and said, "Darling, say it out loud. Did you miss me?" After returning from 2 years of training, he immediately showed off his affection. This was really like Goxing. Xia Shuiyun hurriedly turned around with a red face and complained in her heart, "There are so many people here. Isn't he embarrassed?" At the foot of the mountain, Yi Xingqian, who had been training along the way, walked over. Coincidentally, Xiao Ziji also arrived from another direction. The two of them were separated by dozens of feet. They looked at each other and smiled. "Junior brother Yi is here. Junior brother Xiao is here." As the two of them ascended the sect, the core disciples who had been taken away by the various clans all returned. Other than Lu Qianqian, who was as cold as ever, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others had changed a lot. Although they habitually suppressed their cultivation with the hidden cultivation technique, it could be seen from their temperament and eyes that their strength had definitely improved greatly. Moreover, all their contracted beasts had followed. The law of true fragrance was not limited to the sect of all times. It actually extended to the outside world. The most typical example was the various large clans. At first, they were very resistant to the sect of all times disciples who signed contracts with their clansmen. However, after seeing the latter's efforts and growth, they approved of it. To put it bluntly, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji's strength had increased, and their contracted beasts had also benefited greatly. Their realms were always the same as their masters. If they were allowed to cultivate in their own clan's territory, their speed would definitely not be so fast. Therefore, after careful discussion, the various clans' upper echelons decided to let the two sides continue to cultivate together. When did the patriarch return? Senior Tong Gu said that he had to undergo 2 years of devilish training. It's long past the time now. Without Jun Changxiao's sect of all times, it was equivalent to lacking a soul. Who? A few days later, a vast aura pressed down from the sky, causing the disciples to raise their heads in shock. In the main hall of the sect, Jun Changxiao gracefully and nimbly landed on the ground. Then, he assumed the posture of shooting an eagle with a bow. Then, he proudly sang, vaguely, "I seem to have seen you in my dreams." Puff puff puff. Chapter 1405. When Jun Changxiao returned, his iron blood loyal heart made the disciples spit out blood on the spot. It could be seen that his skills were still strong after 2 years, making people fear him. After Goxing returned, the missing sand sculpture qi gradually gathered. The entire sect was suddenly filled with a complete soul. Do, Jun Chang said loudly, quickly prepare the banquet. He and the core disciples had returned after cultivating for 2 years, so they definitely needed to celebrate. Yes. Lu Wanshi immediately mobilized people to prepare for the banquet. You too. Yi Xingchen looked at Su Xiaomo and Li Fei and said coldly, You're not allowed to run at night. The banquet was bound to drink alcohol. Anyo had absolute confidence in this aspect. He could guarantee that his 2 senior brothers would fall under the table. It's over. Su Xiaomo and Li Fei's faces were filled with despair. In the past, every time there was a banquet, the 2 of them would take the initiative to persuade Yi Xingchen to drink. Now they were traumatized by his drinking. Night came. 1 black, 2 black, and the others came one after another. Before the banquet began, Jun Changshao announced in front of everyone, The disciples who went out to train for 2 years will follow me to Majestic City tomorrow to participate in the upcoming sect-wide competition. Celebrating was one thing. He couldn't forget about the proper business. Are we going to participate in the sect-wide competition again? Yi Xingchen placed 2 jars of Drunken Life on the table and smiled. After cultivating for 2 years, his strength had greatly increased. It was just right for him to meet the top geniuses of the various sects and measure the gap between him and them. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji's eyes were also filled with fighting spirit. If one didn't return home, it would be like walking in the night. Participating in the sect-wide competition could prove the results of their 2 years of cultivation. The banquet continued until late at night. As expected, Su Xiaomo and Li Fei fell to the ground. They each hugged an empty wine jar and said, I don't want to drink anymore. I can't, trash. Yi Xingchen returned to his residence as if nothing had happened. At that moment, the title of Wine Sovereign was well deserved. On Dragon Head Peak, Jun Changshao stood in front of the courtyard. After a hard struggle, he said, You've worked hard. He did a good job of being a hands-off manager, but the affairs of the sect were still managed by Rose of Flowers. Therefore, he came back today to thank her. Hey! Suddenly, Rose of Flowers, who was standing at the entrance of the courtyard in the distance, asked in confusion, Who are you talking to? It turned out that Jun Changshao was standing in front of his house. Just now, he was talking to the air. Shua! Goxing hurriedly straightened his body and said, I drank too much. Can't I talk nonsense? People who didn't drink too much liked to say that they drank too much. Therefore, Jun Changshao was lying, and it was very unskillful. Rose of Flowers came over and rolled her eyes at him. Just now at the banquet you ignored me. Now you have to wait until there's no one around to speak your mind? Jun Changshao began to pretend that he drank too much and staggered to the courtyard. Rose of Flowers followed in and said, I helped you take care of the sect for 2 years. Even if I didn't make any contributions, I still worked hard. Don't tell me that I'm not worthy of your gratitude? Why do you have to hide so far away, afraid that I'll hear it? Damn. She actually heard it. I didn't say anything. I don't remember anything. Jun Changshao pretended to be drunk. The system couldn't help but say, I really want to beat him up. Is there anyone who wants to come with me? Shua. Rose of Flowers quickly walked up and blocked the way. She stared at him and said, How long are you going to hide? What am I hiding from? You clearly have me in your heart, but you deliberately avoid it every time. Even your words of thanks have to hide far away and secretly say them. Please, I really drank too much. Can you stop thinking too much? Ah! Jun Changshao immediately screamed, because Flower Rose had fiercely bitten his arm. She hatefully said, I've never seen a man like you. You, ding. Upper Realm Epic Mission 2 completed. Beginning calculation. Ding. Core Disciple has returned after 2 years of experience. His realm has greatly improved and he has met the requirement. Epic Mission 2 completed. Completion rate, 200%. Host has received 1 million contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points. 180,000. Jun Changshao, who was still ferocious, suddenly smiled. Epic Mission 2 actually gave him 1 million contribution points. It was so good that he didn't feel any pain. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing Epic Mission 2 of the Upper Realm. You have received the right to purchase high-rank Spacetime Arcane Realm X1, high-ranked Empyrean Arcane Realm X1, Super Arcane Realm X1, Sect Function Upgrade X1. Ha ha ha! Jun Changshao couldn't control his emotions and laughed out loud. Rose of Flowers was stunned. Did she bite him until he became stupid? Come. At this moment, Jun Changshao stretched out his other arm and said, "Bite me." She had never heard of such a strange request before. Thus, Rose of Flowers opened her mouth and bit down without hesitation. However, her strength was obviously much weaker than before. Huff huff. Huff huff huff. Suddenly, a majestic aura of advancement appeared around Jun Changshao and instantly enveloped the entire sect of all times. The disciples who were originally in a drunken state were shocked. The Patriarch is going to advance. It's always so sudden. Ding. Host has successfully broken through to the second transformation core realm. Ding. Host has successfully broken through to the third transformation core realm. After completing the epic mission, the suppression of the 2-year bottleneck was lifted. Jun Changshao finally succeeded in advancing. He had successfully jumped to the third transformation core realm. Huff huff. At the same time, the true energy in his eukaryote was circulating crazily. After repeated transformations, it became even purer. The explosive energy immediately surged into his meridians, causing Jun Changshao to raise his head and roar. Rose of Flowers was blown away by the shockwave. She looked at him in shock and thought, "How did you break through?" "Come." Jun Changshao stretched out his 2 arms and said, "Bite me however you want." After advancing 2 levels in a row, he was in a great mood. Rose of Flowers glared at him and then turned to leave. It was impossible to bite him again, because biting him would only hurt his heart. Swish! Jun Changshao suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her back. As if possessed by a domineering CEO, he said, "Thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" "Thank you for helping me manage the sect these 2 years." Jun Changshao said very seriously. There was no hint of a joke. Rose of Flowers turned around and said bitterly, "Did you only dare to say it face to face after I came here? I wanted to say it just now. I only rehearsed it once and you found out," Jun Changshao said helplessly. In fact, Rose of Flowers misunderstood. Go Xing was talking to himself in front of the courtyard not because he did not dare to say it in front of her, but because he wanted to rehearse it first. In the end, he was awkwardly discovered in advance. "Do you have anything else to say?" "Nothing." You Rose of Flowers left in a huff. After walking out of the courtyard, a smile appeared on her face. In the bamboo forest, after forcing the alcohol out of his body, Su Xiaoma stopped and looked at Xia Shuiyun affectionately. He said seriously, "I swear, I've been thinking about you for the past 2 years. I've been thinking about you when I eat, when I sleep, and when I dream about you. If you don't believe me, put your hand on my chest. My heartbeat is all about you." Chapter 1406. Sure Air had completed the mission and obtained 1 million contribution points. His realm had also risen by 2 levels. After returning to his room, Jun Changshao almost burst into song on the spot to release his excitement. The system said, the reason why the host can continuously rise in strength might be because the core disciples who returned have greatly increased their strength. It should be. The next day, Jun Changshao called them over to ask about the results of their cultivation. The answer he got was that they had all broken through to the first transformation core realm. Is it that exaggerated? Go Xing was stunned. Weren't these disciples the same level as him yesterday? It's okay. Jun Changshao secretly said. The epic mission allowed me to rise by 2 levels and pull away from them. Otherwise, what would I do in the future? Go Xing was naturally very happy that his disciple could quickly break through in 2 years. However, as the sect master, if his strength was not as good as his disciples, he would definitely lose face. Fortunately, Li Qingyang and the others had relied on their willpower and the various hardships they had gone through to improve their cultivation. Jun Changshao had immediately used a super hardcore cheat to prevent the situation of his disciples being at the same cultivation level as their sect master. If I bring them to participate in the sect competition, wouldn't they be able to kill everyone in seconds? A first revolution revolving core cultivator was considered a cornerstone even in a profound level sect. Although a truth level sect was stronger, their disciples might not be at this level. If they sent Li Qingyang and the others over, they should be able to easily crush them. Originally, they had planned to set off today, but Jun Changshao delayed it by a day. Because the mission reward was a lot of purchasing rights, he needed to settle down before leaving. Swish. Opening the purchased items column, it showed the high-grade Spacetime Secret Realm, high-grade Ninth Heaven Secret Realm, and Creation Room Super. What the F***CK Super? Jun Changshao shook his head and looked at the price one by one. The expression on his face gradually stiffened because any one of them required 500,000 contribution points. Buying 3 items, the contribution points rewarded are not enough, and you still have to pay 500,000 contribution points. Although it's a bit expensive, the system said, but buying these martial arts facilities will definitely bring earth-shaking changes to the sect. Nonsense. Jun Changshao roared. If I don't bring about a huge change after spending 1.5 million contribution points, wouldn't my contribution points be wasted? Although the 3 items were a little expensive, he still reluctantly spent 1.5 million to buy them. When he heard that he only had 300,000 contribution points left, he immediately clutched his chest and said, I'm poor again. The system continued, your sect has also become stronger. Jun Changshao would only know if he could become stronger after a test. Therefore, he placed the 2 secret realms at the back of the mountain. In fact, just from the word high grade, he could roughly guess that it was nothing more than an upgraded version. In terms of functions and effects, it must be stronger. However, when Jun Changshao entered the Spacetime Secret Realm first, he tested it and found that the acceleration effect was still 100 times. What's the difference between this and middle grade? Host, please carefully sense the heaven and earth attributes inside. Jun Changshao calmed himself down and exclaimed, Damn, the heaven and earth attributes and laws here seem to be stronger than outside. It's at least 10 times stronger, the system said. Amazing! Jun Changshao was instantly overjoyed. The brand new high-grade Spacetime Secret Realm had a time acceleration of 100 times and 10 times the heaven and earth attributes of the outside world. The cultivation speed of disciples inside would definitely be very fast. The system said, if the host had such a secret realm when he just came up, the overall strength of the sect would probably have reached the level of a martial Grand Emperor. The middle-grade Spacetime Secret Realm could still be used. However, because it was incompatible with the attributes of the upper realm, the disciples would come in every once in a while. The purpose was not to cultivate but to comprehend martial art. Now, the high-grade Spacetime Secret Realm not only solved the compatibility problem but also had rich heaven and earth attribute. It was definitely a holy land for cultivation. Of course, the brand new Secret Realm inherited the disadvantages of the middle-grade Secret Realm. One could only cultivate inside for 10 days and the cooldown time was 1 month. It was okay. There was still the high-grade Ninth Heaven Secret Realm. The function of this secret realm was similar to the middle grade, but the Ninth Heaven inside gathered purer attribute. Patriarch Li Qingyang, who had cultivated in the Thunder Heaven, walked out and said in surprise, The thunder attributes gathered here are not inferior to the thunder pool of the thunder rhombus race. He was able to quickly advance to the first transformation core realm in such a short time because he entered the thunder pool with his life contract beast and went through more than 300 days of tempering. Now that the Sect's secret realm had a cultivation place that was not inferior to the thunder pool, he could enter and cultivate at any time in the future. It would be difficult for him not to improve his realm. The appearance of the two high-grade space-time secret realms meant that the Sect of all times had stronger cultivation facilities. Of course, the effect could not be seen in the short term. It would take time to prove it. Patriarch. Inside a room the size of a football field, Xiao Ziji widened his eyes and said, "This brand-new molding room is too big. It should be able to accommodate 500 to 600 people." "No," Jun Changshao said. "You are in an independent space now. There are hundreds of similar ones that can easily accommodate 10,000 people." A molding room with 500,000 contribution points was super. "Are you ready?" "I'm ready." Jun Changshao exited the room and activated the molding room with his spiritual thoughts. The timer was set for 8 hours. Boom. 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 Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound from the inside, as well as screams of agony. 8 hours later, the door opened by itself, and Xiao Zue was brought out on a stretcher. His whole body was covered with cuts and bruises, and it was a tragic sight. As expected, Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "The effect is great." Xiao Ziji spat out white foam. The so-called super referred to the top-notch, super. Therefore, the newly bought molding room's effect of tempering the body was terrifying. Even Xiao Ziji, who had carried a stone in the Black Turtle region, could not withstand it. The next day, Xiao Ziji, who was carried back to his residence by the disciples, walked out energetically. Every inch of his skin was much stronger than before. He was ecstatic and said, "It still feels the same, it still smells the same." They could only wait and see how big of a change the 3 new martial arts facilities would bring to the Sect. After eating, Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, "Let's go!" Swish. Swish. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, and Su Xiaoma left the ancient immortal mountain under the gazes of their fellow disciples. They took the first step to fight for the Sect's honor in the new world. "Are you confident in winning the championship?" "I am confident." There were still 5 months before the grand competition held in Majestic City. Because the disciples had all reached the first transformation core realm and could use the ability to fly, Jun Changshao was not in a hurry. Instead, he traveled through the mountains and forests to find demonic beasts to train with. 5 months later, Majestic City, which was bigger than Lin Yuan City, was filled with sects from all over the world. The main street was filled with cultivators wearing the same clothes. Swish. Swish. Right at this moment, dozens of cultivators wearing high-class sect uniforms flew into the city on flying treasures. 9 elements true sect. Everyone exclaimed, and their eyes were filled with envy. As a larger city, Majestic City forbade cultivators from flying without permission. However, sects of the true grade and above weren't restricted. What F** king status? This was F** king status. Who? Just as everyone was envious of the 9 elements true sect, a heavy aura came from outside the city, and the sky darkened. All the cultivators subconsciously looked up and saw a battleship slowly appearing in the sky above the city. The powerful aura it emitted was daunting. "This is," seeing the 4 bold words engraved on the ship, everyone exclaimed in unison, "the archaic warship. What is there to be surprised about?" Jun Changshao, who was standing at the bow of the ship, shook his head helplessly. The system broke down. Taking out the ancient battleship outside the city and bringing the disciples in. Will this fellow die immediately if he doesn't act cool? P.S. Today is the start of the week and the last day of the double monthly votes. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1407. Majestic Might City forbade flying, but truth-level sects were not restricted. Thus, when the 9 Elements True Sect entered the city on a flying treasure, everyone was envious. They even enjoyed it a little, and a rather proud expression appeared on their faces. Unfortunately, Jun Changshao was more professional when it came to acting. He drove the ship straight in, not only stealing the 9 Elements True Sect's glory, but also causing a huge commotion. What was style? What was identity? This was it. Moreover, in order to act cool in the most effective way, the ancient warship had burned tens of thousands of magnetite to travel from the outskirts of the city to the city. Let me ask you one thing, are you convinced? Convinced. All the martial artists in the city were convinced. They were not convinced that he was good at acting cool, but that he could drive the ancient warship, which meant that he was Jinren Tonggu's personal disciple. Combined with the news that had spread in the pugilistic world in the past 2 years, all the martial artists had already determined that the handsome young man standing at the bow of the ship was probably the patriarch of the sect of all times, Jun Changshao. When they were developing in the lower realm, Go Xing's challenge to the Sacred Spring sect was gradually known by the world, and he began to stand out. Now, he had become a household name after just a few years in the upper realm. There was no other reason. His sect and his own strength were not enough, but he had an overbearing master. Whoosh, whoosh. Several streaks of light sped over from the direction of the city lord's residence. The leader was the city lord of Majestic Might City, Taorenyu. He stopped in midair and hurriedly cupped his hands. Jun Patriarch, your presence brings light to this humble city. Damn! A martial artist exclaimed. Even the city lord came to welcome him personally. After all, he is Jinren Tonggu's personal disciple. Even if he went to a truth-level sect, he would be treated as an honored guest. The expressions of the 9 Elements True Sect experts were a little interesting. They had rushed over in a grandiose manner, but they did not receive the city lord's personal welcome. Comparisons were odious. However, the 9 Elements True Sect was not vexed, because his identity alone was qualified for the city lord to welcome him personally. Without the usual martial artist's disdain, without the sect's ridicule, Go Xing had received the highest treatment in this competition. Jun Changshao asked in surprise, "You know me?" The system was speechless. He had clearly taken out the warship to show off, but now he was pretending to be confused. How could a person be so shameless? City Master Tao smiled and said, Jun Patriarch led the entire sect to resist the formation of heavenly thunder of 10,000 tribulations and ascend. Who in the entire upper world doesn't know about this? Who doesn't know about this? This flattery was just right. It also showed that he had studied Jun Changshao before. To be more precise, after knowing that his master was Jinren Tonggu, anyone who was interested would take the initiative to investigate. Lucky. Jun Changshao said modestly as he stopped the warship in the central square of the city. Shua. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others jumped down one after another. Seeing this, City Lord Tao asked, "Could it be that Jun Patriarch is here to participate in the Sect tournament?" Not bad. Jun Changshao kept the warship in his space ring and cupped his hands. "May I ask where the registration point is?" City Lord Tao smiled and said, "The Sect tournament this time will be held by my majestic city. Coincidentally, I'm the City Lord of a city, so I can handle it for Jun Patriarch directly." Jun Changshao hurriedly cupped his hands again. "So it's City Lord Tao. My apologies." The two of them could be considered acquaintances. Next, after some pleasantries, Jun Changshao said that he would find an inn to rest for the night and bring his documents to the City Lord's office tomorrow to handle the Sect tournament procedures. Jun Patriarch. City Lord Tao hurriedly said, "I've already arranged a place for you and your disciple to stay. If you don't mind, please follow me." How can I accept this? Although Jun Changshao said so, His body was honest, and he brought his disciple along. It was free and cheap. It would be a waste not to take advantage of it. City Lord Tao had arranged a single large courtyard for him. There were many rooms inside, and there was nothing to complain about in terms of environment. As for handling the sect tournament procedures, he didn't even need to go to the city lord's office because someone would be sent the next day. The treatment was so good that it made others jealous. It's good to have a backer. Sitting in the small pavilion, Jun Changshao happily drank a mouthful of tea. It was good to have a backer, but at the same time, no one dared to provoke him. Even if he went out for a stroll, the martial artists would watch from afar. There were no playboys or sect disciples that dared to provoke him. After staying in the city for a few days, Jun Changshao said helplessly, "Boring." Because no one gave Goxing a chance, the author didn't have any conflicts to write about, so he directly wrote about it on the day of the sect tournament. On this day, the sun was shining brightly and the wind was blowing gently. The open-air spectator seats in the southern part of Majestic City were already filled with martial artists from all walks of life. Jun Changshao was arranged in the VIP area with the best view of the battle. He had just been led over by someone, and the big shots of the various sects who had rushed over in advance all stood up and cupped their fists in greeting. "No. You don't have to be so polite. Mock me as much as you can and let me slap your faces." At this moment, Jun Changshao noticed that the old man sitting at the front was still sitting in his seat. He sighed and said lightly, "You are?" The old man cupped his hands and smiled. "This humble one is Xiao Xinfeng. Because of my leg injury, I can't stand up. Please forgive me, Jun Patriarch." Jun Changshao almost fell to the ground. All the sect elders were so polite to him. Only one person didn't stand up, and it was because of his illness. This Motherf Kerr didn't even give him a chance to slap his face. Inside the venue, the participants from all the major sects were rubbing their hand. Their mentality was different from that of the sect elders. Although they knew that the Eternal Sect was participating in the competition, they did not think that the other party was that great. After all, they had just ascended to the upper realm, and the sect leader only had an awesome master. Indeed, this kind of great sect competition didn't depend on who had a high status or who had a strong background. It depended on real strength. In the area where the Severing Emotions True Sect was located, a disciple in his early 20s smiled and said, "In this great sect competition, eldest senior brother will definitely come out on top." "That's right." His fellow disciples agreed. And they happened to be the group of people that Yi Xingchen had met when he was out in the wild. The other 3 true sects have sent their experts. In this great sect competition, I will go all out. Eldest senior brother said seriously. There was no arrogance, only caution. This was the attitude that a participant should have. However, eldest senior brother and his fellow disciples would never have dreamed that in the next area, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji were warming up before the competition. Their eyes gradually sharpened, like a beast that had been unsealed. Next, on the high platform of the venue, after an impassioned speech, City Lord Tao announced in a clear voice, "We invite the participating disciples of the various sects to enter. It's finally begun." Su Xiaoma stopped stretching his legs, and the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. "Let's go." Lu Qianqian led everyone into the dark passage until they stepped into the light and appeared in the venue. The other sect participants also came out from different passages, and then subconsciously looked over. They were very curious about the sect of all times's disciple who was smuggled in. What was the difference between them and them? Senior brother, a disciple of the Severing Emotions True Sect, pointed to Yi Xingchen and exclaimed, "It's him." Everyone looked over, and when they saw the other party's cold and arrogant face, they suddenly remembered the fierce man who killed a first-stage transformation demon beast in seconds. No way. This guy is actually a disciple of the sect of all times. The faces of the severing emotions true sect participants suddenly showed despair. Eldest senior brother secretly said, "Although this person's aura did not appear, my intuition tells me that his strength is not simple." Yi Xingqian, who was walking along the road, found that someone was looking at him, so he turned his head to look. Because of a slight frown, his eyes inadvertently revealed a very strong hostility, which suddenly shocked the severing emotions true sect participants and made them retreat. With just a look, he disrupted their formation. Knight Emperor, awesome! P.S. The comments and this chapter have been opened. Some readers said that the author can copy the book comments again. Regarding this, I can only snort. Chapter 1408. After staying in the beast race's territory for a long time, it would definitely accumulate a vicious aura. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji and the others also had it, but because of their personality they suppressed it very well. Yi Xingqian was different. He always wanted to maintain his aloof and cold persona, so he often did not deliberately suppress his vicious aura. Even a simple frown was enough to release it. Persona? Ever since he slept in the livestock pen, he had already collapsed to the sky. In the distance, the participants from the other sects were also shocked, as they secretly said, "Fierce person. This disciple of mine is a bit ruthless." Jun Changshao also did not expect that Yi Xingqian would only glance at him, and scare away all the participants from the other sections. The expression on the face of the severing emotions true sect's senior apprentice brother became even more dignified. This kind of demonic beast's vicious eyes brought him a huge pressure. If he could choose, it would be best not to meet him in the beginning stage of the competition. Fear before the battle. This was a military taboo. The participants from the other sects were also afraid. They thought that the biggest opponents in this competition would be the 4 true rank sect's disciples, but they did not expect that a sect of all time's disciple would appear halfway. Don't meet him in the first round. Lining up one after another, most of the participants prayed in their hearts that they would not meet that beast-like guy. Start drawing lots to decide the first round's opponents. City Lord Tao announced. The participants from the various sects stepped onto the stage one after another, reaching into the array formation enchanted box and taking out their number plate. A little while later, it was the sect of all time's turn. Lu Qianqian, Xiao Ziji and the others took out their number plates one after another, not attracting anyone's attention. When Yi Xingqian started walking, everyone began to feel nervous and apprehensive. Anyo's eyes had disrupted the formation, becoming the most feared existence among the participants. Number 3. The referee announced. Everyone subconsciously looked at their number plates, and after confirming that they were not in the same situation as the other party, they suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The sect's disciple holding the number 4 plate, lying on the ground like mud, was finally carried down by the officials, looking like a person who had to join the army after drawing a red lot. Not bad, not bad. A disciple looked at the harmless Su Xiaoma and secretly rejoiced. My opponent is him. Because Yi Xingqian was very ruthless, the contestants were all afraid of him. People like Li Qingyang, who looked very honest, were not much of a threat. The contestant who drew Lu Qianqian was overjoyed. After all, not to mention her strength, she was at least as beautiful as a fairy. Contestants with numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 90, please step onto the corresponding stage. After a short break, City Lord Tao said loudly. Shua! Shua! Contestants stepped onto the fighting stages one after another. Yi Xingqian also went on stage. When he saw his opponent being carried up by the officials, he uttered his classic catchphrase, trash. AI. In the VIP area, the higher-up of the contestant shook his head helplessly. Because there were 4 truth-level contestants in this sect tournament, he didn't want to participate at first. However, the patriarch didn't listen and insisted on sending a disciple to try. In the end, he didn't meet the top 4 in the first round and instead met an even fiercer one. He was bound to lose. He could only pray that he would lose with dignity. Begin. At this moment the referee announced loudly. However, before the referee finished speaking, the frightened contestant raised his hand and said, "I concede." Boom! Yi Xingqian's big hand pressed down and directly pressed him to the ground. His eyes were cold as he said, "If you're a man, then fight to the end." His words were right, but the hostility in his eyes instantly disturbed the contestant, causing his eyelids to roll back and his limbs to go limp, causing him to faint. It started and ended. After confirming that contestant number 4 had lost consciousness, the referee announced with a dumbfounded expression, "Sect of all times, Yi Xingqian advances to the second round." The audience's expressions became interesting. The first round ended too quickly. Couldn't they have time to eat peanuts or melon seeds? Whoosh! Yi Xingqian released his hand and jumped off the stage, unable to hide the disappointment in his eyes. Su Xiaomo raised his thumb and said, "Junior brother Yi is no longer the junior brother Yi who was bullied by junior brother Sun Muching back then." Yi Xingqian's face darkened. Could he forget about such a shameful past? Could he not mention it? The other 3 stages were still full of fighting. After Jun Changxiao's observation, he found that most of the contestants were between half-sage and wuxing, so he shook his head and said, "If I knew, I would have sent Li Tiantian and the others." The battle continued. Lu Qianqian was the second to go on stage. As a rare female contestant and an outstanding beauty, she naturally attracted the attention of everyone. However, when the battle began and her opponent bowed gracefully, he was sent flying by an ice palm print. "Huh!" Jun Changxiao said in surprise. "Did my eldest disciple cultivate martial arts in the Ice Phoenix clan?" Lu Qianqian of the Sect of all times advances to the second round. After the referee's announcement, it immediately caused a heated discussion. They began to pay attention to Lu Qianqian's appearance, but they did not expect her to be so strong that she could instantly kill a disciple of a mystic-level sect. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Xiaoma stepped onto the stage as well. She took a step forward, forming a complicated silhouette. The contestant who had been secretly delighted earlier was dizzy. When she stopped, he fell to the ground with stars spinning in his head. So fast. This disciple's strength is also not bad. Everyone was shocked. Li Qingyang went on stage next. Because of his steady personality, although he won the battle in the end, the whole process did not cause too much shock. Phew! All the martial artists heaved a sigh of relief and thought to themselves, "Finally, there's a normal person." For a sect that had just ascended to the upper realm, 3 disciples defeated the contestants in an instant. It was a bit exaggerated, so Li Qingyang's performance was very ordinary, which made them think it was reasonable. For the Sect of all times, the last one to go on stage was Xiao Ziji. Although he also wanted to keep a low profile like second senior brother, his opponent did not live up to his expectations and directly flew out of the arena with a punch. "No way." He broke down in his heart and said, "I only used a little strength." This kind of invisible pretentiousness was taught by Go Xing. The first round was over. All 5 disciples of the Sect of all times advanced. Because of the suppression in terms of strength, they won the second and third rounds with absolute advantage. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changxiao's lips curled into a smile. Although he participated in this sect competition for the rewards, the main reason was to test the results of the disciples' 2 years of cultivation. Now, it seemed that the results were not bad. He felt good. The elders of the various sects were full of despair. As the rounds continued, the opponents became stronger and stronger, and the disciples of the Sect of all times could easily defeat their opponents. Only then did they deeply understand that Yi Xingqian was not the only one who was amazing, there were 4 others. It's over. This sect competition will definitely be the sect of all times. From the very beginning of the competition, every opponent has been crushed. Even that disciple called Li Qingyang looked very ordinary, but he still easily defeated the contestants from the true class sects. Originally, it was a competition between the sect disciples, but when Li Qingyang and the others tore off the sheepskin covering their bodies and revealed their wolf nature, it suddenly lost its excitement and suspense. Of course, the true sect had strong contestants, such as the eldest disciple of the Severing Emotions true sect. In the next round, he was matched with Yi Xingqian. As far as I know, Cui Wuqing has already cut off his 3 emotions, and his strength is close to the revolving core realm. Maybe he can stop the momentum of the sect of all times. If even he can't beat, then there is really no suspense. Everyone pinned their hopes of stopping the disciples of the sect of all times from advancing to the next round on the eldest disciple of the Severing Emotions true sect. Just cut off his 3 emotions? Jun Changshao heard everyone and shook his head. Compared to my disciple who was betrayed and murdered by his own woman, he is far from being heartless. The system couldn't help but ridicule Yi Xingqian. Can you not mention it? Chapter 1409. The core disciples of the 4 true grade sects were the favorites to win this great meet of the academies. However, 3 of them had already been defeated by Lu Qianqian, Xiao Ziji, and Su Xiaoma. There was no need to talk about the process because all of them were crushed. Therefore, Cui Wuqing and Yi Xingqian's battle was not only to advance to the next round, but also to defend the dignity of the true grade sects. Senior Apprentice Brother win! Senior Apprentice Brother win! Before the contestants from both sides stepped onto the stage, the disciples of the Severing Emotions true sect shouted loudly. Because of the strong performance of the martial artists, they also shouted, Cui Wuqing, hold on! Cui Wuqing, hold on! They were shouting for the weak, hoping for a miracle to happen. Humph! Yi Xingqian sneered and stepped forward to the front of the battle ring. Cui Wuqing also stepped forward, but his face did not have the slightest emotion as he said, Although you are strong, I am not weak either. Trash! After 2 years of experience, Yi Xingqian found the feeling of looking down on the heroes of the past. As for the previous abuse by Sun Muqing, sorry, that was on Yo, not Knight Emperor. Match start. The referee shouted. Huff! Huff huff huff! As soon as the voice fell, Cui Wuqing waved his hand, and a majestic energy without any emotion suddenly emerged from his body. The 3 emotions void power. Tisk tsk, so young yet so strong, this child will definitely be heavily cultivated by the Severing Emotions true sect in the future. I wonder what 3 emotions he has severed. Everyone started to talk about it. The Severing Emotions true sect was a relatively special sect in the upper realm, because everyone who entered had to sever the 7 emotions, and the power they gathered was also known as the power of nothingness. Similar to this sect was the Severing Emotions true sect, whose purpose was to sever the 6 desires. What were the 7 emotions and 6 desires? Go check it out yourself, too lazy to explain. Cui Wuqing was accepted by the Severing Emotions true sect from an early age. The word Wuqing was bestowed by the patriarch, meaning that one could truly be without any emotions. To be given a name by the patriarch meant that he had great potential. Sure enough, he lived up to everyone's expectations. At the age of 15, he severed happiness, at the age of 20, and at the age of 23, breaking the record for the fastest person to sever the 3 emotions. Cui Wuqing's cultivation and strength would increase every time he severed one love, but this was not the main point. The main point was that he had successfully transformed from a lively youth into a stoic face. Of course, he had only killed 3 of them. If the other 4 were beheaded, they would become even more ruthless. They would continue to have facial paralysis even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. Take now as an example. Every time Cui Wuqing was in the camera, he always had an emotionless expression, as if everyone owed him money. Interesting. Yi Xingqian's lips curled into a smile. His previous opponents were too weak, so he could use this sour face as a warm-up. Shua! At that moment Cui Wuqing moved. The chi of the three nothingness exploded out, turning into palm prints that pressed down from all directions. The commotion created was the greatest out of all the competitors. In this battle, he had to be serious. Ha ha! Ha! Just as the palm print was about to press down, the audience closest to the stage suddenly laughed. Then, they gradually became angry and finally they were filled with worry. Be careful! Someone exclaimed, the power of three emotions can wreak havoc on the mind and soul. Everyone activated their mental cultivation method to resist. Fortunately, the distance was far enough, and the spreading aura was relatively weak, so it could be suppressed very well. However, the power of three emotions gathered on the stage was very dense. Could that disciple called Yi Xingchen resist? Boom! Boom! At this moment, the palm print pressed down. Yi Xingchen still stood in place, allowing the power of various emotions to enter his body. Cui Wuqing frowned and said, "Why didn't you dodge?" "Too weak," Yi Xingchen said indifferently. Cui Wuqing did not show any anger, because this emotion had already been cut off, and said, "What I used just now was the three emotions' soul-shattering palm. As long as it comes into contact with the body, it will seep into the sea of consciousness and soul, bringing endless pain." Shua! Yi Xingchen suddenly appeared in front of him and said, "Is there the pain of death? So fast!" Whoosh! A fist blasted over, and a cold voice was heard. "Don't talk about pain if you haven't experienced death." Boom! The seemingly simple punch made it difficult for Cui Wuqing to avoid it. He firmly resisted it with his abdomen, and then his whole body bent over, with his eyes bulging. Yi Xingchen raised his hand and pressed it on his forehead, and his whole body fell back with a plop sound. "Fuck Wuqing!" Jun Changshao blurted out. The martial artists in the spectator seats were silent. The true sect still could not hold on to their last dignity, and even lost more miserably than the previous three. Sect of all times, Yi Xingchen, advances to the next round. Hearing the referee's announcement, Jun Changshao turned to the Severing Emotions True Sect's upper echelon and cupped his hands. "Thank you for letting me win." Because this guy was a disciple of Jinren Tonggu, one of the upper echelon smiled and said, "Your sect's disciple is strong, really admirable." He was obviously angry, but he still pretended to be happy. Cui Wuqing was carried off the stage, and the competition continued. At this moment, there were still 8 contestants left on the stage, 5 of which were disciples of the sect of all times. The remaining 3 brothers suddenly trembled. They were not the favorites to win the championship, and were only able to reach this point by luck. Luck was the key. For example, a profound sect's contestant was not matched with a sect of all times, and successfully reached the top 4. Xiao Ziji and Li Qingyang met, and the latter, as the second senior brother, staggered out of the ring. Su Xiaoma and Lu Qianqian's fight had just begun, when the latter took the initiative to jump off the stage. Yi Xingchen's opponent was weaker than Cui Wuqing, so he easily defeated him. Therefore, there were only 4 people left on the stage, and the situation was that the 3 core disciples of the sect of all times surrounded a profound sect's contestant. As long as this brother won 2 rounds in a row, he would win the championship and even become a legend. However, this was simply too difficult. Yi Xingchen versus Dou Luomeng. Xiao Ziji versus Su Xiaoma. It's over. The contestant named Dou Luomeng instantly despaired. If he met the other 2, even if he lost, he would still be able to maintain his dignity. But if he met this guy with a demonic aura, he could only pray that he would be bedridden for a few days less. Because the other party was too weak, and because Xiao Zuiji and Su Xiaoma had been holding back the entire time, the process was not described in detail. In the end, Yi Xingchen was the champion of the inter-sect tournament. It could be said that, from the beginning to the end, this sect tournament was completely on Yo's stage. At the award ceremony, Jun Changshao put the 500 kilograms of Blood Sun Flamecloud Rock, 2 secret manuals, and 1,000,000 profound stones into his spatial ring, and grinned. City Lord Tao, is this sect tournament held once a year? Everyone's mouth twitched. They could tell that if it was held once a year, the sect of all times would probably participate every time. City Lord Tao said awkwardly, once every 5 years. A trace of disappointment appeared on Jun Changxiao's face, and then he cupped his hands and said, "Goodbye. Goodbye." Under everyone's gaze, Go Xing and his 5 disciples swaggered out of the venue. On the way back, they happened to meet a group of people from the Severing Emotions True Sect, so he looked at Cui Wuqing and said, "People are not plants, how can they be emotionless? If you have time, come to the sect of all times, this one will teach you the way of emotions." Jun Patriarch. One of the higher-ups couldn't help but coldly said, "Trying to poach someone in front of them, that's a bit too much." Jun Changxiao smiled and said, "I'm just joking, don't take it seriously." After that, he left with his disciples. Cui Wuqing pushed away his fellow disciples, clenched his fists, and said, "Jun Patriarch, when I cut off the 7 emotions, I will visit the sect of all times. I'll wait for you." Ding. Disciple Yi Xingchen won the Grand Prestige Cities Sect Tournament. Disciples Xiao Ziji and Su Xiaomao won 2nd and 3rd place respectively. Obtained 100 Sect Reputation Points. Ding. Sect Reputation Points, 100. Just as he walked out of the city, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Jun Changxiao couldn't help but shout, "I finally have reputation points." Chapter 1410. When Jun Changxiao ascended and completed the 2nd main mission, a new line of reputation points appeared on the system data panel. It had been more than 2 years, and he finally obtained 100 points today. As far as he knew, reputation points could be used to purchase system goods. For example, the Blade of Heaven piercing that was previously obtained required 500 reputation points to unlock the purchase. When Jun Changxiao occasionally refreshed the store, he often saw goods with reputation points prefixed. In the words of the system, equipment purchased with reputation points was better than equipment purchased with contribution points in terms of effect and function. To put it bluntly, reputation points were used to replace the contribution points system that could collapse at any time. The lower realm used spirit stones, the upper realm used mystical stones. In terms of martial arts resources, it was understandable that the system replaced contribution points with reputation points. However, Jun Changxiao was depressed. "You should at least let me know how to obtain it," the system said. "The disciple won the top 3 in the intersect tournament and is rewarded with 100 intersect reputation points. Isn't that obvious enough?" Jun Changxiao was speechless. "You mean, if I want to obtain reputation points, I can only participate in this boring intersect tournament?" Because the disciple crushed everything without any difficulty, Go Xing was a little smug. "Real legends are fought with fists," the system said. "The host sleeps at home every day, and reputation points will automatically be delivered to your door?" That was right. Reputation, the reputation that everyone looked up to. Because Li Qingyang and the others won the intersect tournament and won respect and reputation, the system decided to reward them with 100 reputation points. If they did nothing, it would definitely not be given. Of course, I don't think that sleeping will give me reputation points. What I mean is, Jun Changxiao said, "at least give me some reputation points that are worth tens of thousands upon completion." Bah! The system said, "In your dreams." The system could not be bothered with him, and continued on with the disciple. Patriarch. Su Xiaomao leaned over and grinned. "Let's take the warship back." "Get lost." Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes at him and said, "Don't you have to pay to take a boat?" Go Xing was very generous when he was showing off, but if he were to use it for the entire journey, his heart would definitely ache for the crazily burning magnetite. After the Grand Sect tournament in Grand Might City ended, The news of the Sect of All Times disciples taking the top 3 spots immediately spread in the surrounding areas and caused quite a heated discussion. How can a newly arrived sect be so strong? It's said that the 5 disciples all have the strength of a first cycle reincarnation core stage practitioner. My God, this level of strength is qualified to participate in the 100 Sect Martial Arts Symposium. In the dining hall of an inn in a certain city, some martial artists were discussing. Jun Changshao, who was sitting nearby and eating with his disciples, immediately perked up his ears. Along the way, he had been thinking about how to earn more reputation points. When he suddenly heard that there was a grand event for the sect, he was instantly energized. Friends, Jun Changshao cupped his hands and asked, "May I ask, when will the 100 Sect Martial Symposium be held?" As long as the time and place were confirmed, he would definitely attend. Soon. That diner said, "There's still 10 years." Jun Changshao almost fell and sat down. 100 years of main mission, waiting for the 100 Sect Martial Arts Symposium would take up 1/10 of the time. What a joke. The system said, actually, the host does not have to bring the disciples to compete to earn reputation points. Maybe there are other ways to earn reputation points. For example? Find out for yourself, too lazy to explain. F*CKU. The system was right. He did not have to use his disciples as tools to compete in various sect competitions. As long as he increased the sect's reputation in the upper realm, he could still earn reputation points. But the problem was, how could he increase it? Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "When the boat reaches the bridgehead, it will be straight. Let's take it one step at a time." 1 month later, he brought his disciples back to the Sect of All Times. This time, going back and forth to participate in the sect tournament took half a year. It could be seen that in the situation where there was no transportation, the difficulty of traveling was still a big problem for the Sect of All Times. Huff huff. Just as Jun Changshao returned, a majestic heaven and earth attribute suddenly appeared on Dragon Head Peak, indicating that someone was about to break through. As the mountain where the patriarch lived, only 2 courtyards were occupied. One was Go Xing, the other was Rows of Flowers, so it was obvious who was breaking through. Why is she breaking through again? In Jun Changshao's understanding, this woman had just entered the void-piercing realm not long ago. The system was speechless. It's been 2 years, okay? No. Jun Changshao's expression changed, and he said in shock, "This is not breaking through to the middle level of the void-piercing realm, this is breaking through to the revolving core realm. 2 years ago, Rows of Flowers had just come to the upper realm and relied on the stronger heaven and earth attribute to enter the void-piercing realm. Now, only 2 years had passed, and she was breaking through to the revolving core realm. This really surprised him. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were able to break through because they went to various big clans to undergo difficult tempering. This woman did not obtain any opportunities, so how could she break through? Huff huff. At this moment, on Dragon Spine Peak where the upper echelons of the sect lived, a similar aura of advancement also appeared. From the evil aura, it was obviously Ding Xingwang. Jun Changshao's eyes gradually widened, because from the aura, he could see that the other party was about to enter the upper level of the void-piercing realm from the middle level. When did old Ding enter the void-piercing realm? Just as Go Xing was dumbfounded, on the peak where the disciples lived, more auras of advancement came one after another. Among them were Li Fei, Tianqi, and other core disciples who were entering the middle level from the lower level. That's not right. Su Xiaoma was also surprised. Before going to participate in the sect competition, Junior Brother Li and the others were only at the consummate level of Wuxing, so why are they suddenly advancing to the middle level of the void-piercing realm? Huff huff. Huff huff huff. The auras of advancement of various peaks emerged, and the entire Sect of All Times was shrouded in thick waves of air. The scene was quite shocking. At this moment, How could the Sect's #1 photographer, Li Tian, be absent? But in the end, this kid was not here, because he was sitting in the room, concealing his spirit and chi to break through to the lower level of the void-piercing realm. What's going on? At this moment, Jun Changshao saw Li Luoqiu, who had just walked out of the main hall. Just as he was about to ask, he found that the other party had reached the lower level of the void-piercing realm, and he said in surprise, "You also broke through?" "It's all thanks to the 2 secret manuals that the Patriarch placed earlier," Hall masterly said with a smile. As soon as the words came out, Jun Changshao remembered that before he brought the core disciples to participate in the sect competition, he placed 2 high-grade secret realms and a molding room at the back of the mountain, so he said happily, "The effect is so good?" "Very good. That's great." In this half a year, whether it was the sect's upper echelons or the disciples, their strength had greatly improved, especially the high-grade secret realms of spacetime, which sped up time by 100 times, had 10 times the attribute bonus, and cultivated for 10 days every month. After a few months, it was definitely comparable to decades of cultivation. Rows of flowers had relied on these 2 secret realms to go from being infinitely close to the middle level to entering the first transformation of the core realm. Although Ding Xingwang, Gongsun Haohai, and the other upper echelons of the sect, in terms of aptitude, couldn't compare to the Soul Race Empress who had fought all over the world, they still broke through consecutively in half a year and entered the upper level of the void-piercing realm. "Look," the system said, "I didn't say anything wrong." Previously, it had said that if the host had bought this secret realm 2 years earlier, the sect would definitely have all martial emperors. Judging from the half a year's time, not only was it right, but it was also a little too young. "I am not a poison healer." Ding. Reputation mission activated. Chapter 1411. After Jun Changshao roughly understood the channels to obtain reputation points, he thought that if he were to give a reputation mission and earn 8 to 10,000, he wouldn't need to bring his disciples to compete anymore. In the end, he was spat on by the system and even mocked with wishful thinking. And in the end, poison healer, face slapping. This moment might be late, but it would never be absent. After hearing that the reputation mission had been triggered, Jun Changshao couldn't help but imitate Fan Wei's tone and said, "Thank you." If the system had a real body, its face would have been covered in tears. "It was too difficult. It was too difficult for me." Schwa. Jun Changshao opened the mission panel and clicked on the reputation mission that was categorized as a side quest. The content that appeared was, "Vigorously develop the sect's industry and make it the symbol of the sect." That's all. Seeing only 2 short lines of words, Jun Changshao was stunned. At least the side quest had a value that could be measured. Vigorously developing the sect's industry was nothing. Moreover, what did this have to do with the sect's reputation? A sect cannot lack its industry. The strength of the industry is naturally related to the sect's reputation. The system said, for example, the ancient alchemy pharmacy. If you develop it, there will be chain stores in all the major cities in the upper realm. As long as you mention it, you will immediately think of the sect of all times. So that's how it is. Pa. Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, "Understood, the reputation mission is for me to develop the alchemy pharmacy. I'm just using it as an analogy." "Your analogy is right. It allowed me to grasp the key point." He said that he would let him explore, and he was too lazy to explain. In the end, he still inadvertently provided help. "What's wrong?" Jun Changshao said. "You're here to assist me, and you're still wronged by providing me with help? If I could do it all over again, I would definitely not be willing to assist a stingy, shameless, and scumbag host. Damn, do you think I'm very happy to have a man nagging and complaining in my ear all day long? Why, do you think I'm in the way? Of course. F***CK off. F***CKU. Jun Changshao and the system began their daily PDA mode. In the distance, Su Xiaoma whispered, "Second senior brother, the patriarch is talking to himself again. Calm down," Li Qingyang said calmly. The patriarch's behavior of forgetting to take his medicine had happened many times, and he had long gotten used to it. In fact, he would even find it strange if he didn't do it on a certain day. Yes. After becoming a martial emperor, the patriarch seemed to have lost his soul for a period of time. Actually, even if the system didn't mention it, Jun Changshao could also think of the elixir store. After all, the sect only had one business at the moment. Over the past 2 years, the business of the elixir store had been booming day by day. It was the largest source of funds for the sect of all times, but its scale remained stagnant. Now that there was a reputation mission, Jun Changshao began to think about how to expand his business and develop more industries so that the brand Aeon could walk out of Lin Yuan City and into the world. For this reason, he called Yuan Gongzi and Feng Guichen back to the sect for a discussion. One of them was in charge of the elixir store, while the other was in charge of elixir refining. Their cooperation was quite good. Patriarch Feng Guichen shook his head and said, "We don't have enough elixir refining talents, so it's difficult to open more branches." Jun Changshao was a typical hot-headed person who started doing things without thinking. Little did he know that the business of the Aeon Elixir store was getting better and better, and the demand for elixir refining was increasing. It was obvious that the elixir store couldn't keep up with the pace. Sun Bukong and the others can't elixir refining yet? They can, but with the current sales of the elixir store, they can only support one store. If they open stores in other cities, they will definitely be too busy. Jun Changshao was silent. It seemed that he had thought too simply of the matter. Wait a minute. Too busy? Jun Changshao slapped his forehead and said, "I forgot about the Great Thousand Shadows art. 2 years ago, when he went to Lingfeng Mountain to participate in the sect's big boss meeting, he completed the side mission and was rewarded with a secret manual. Later, for various reasons, it was forgotten by Go Sheng. Fortunately, Feng Guichen was one step ahead of the reader and reminded him. Merging it into his space ring, Yang Kai took out the 2.5 years' worth of practice book and carefully read it. From the name, it should be related to movement techniques, but when Jun Changshao read the first page, he realized that it was a martial art related to cloning. There was no need to say much about cloning, as Go Sheng had encountered it before when he fought with others. However, this Great Thousand Shadows art was a bit mysterious. After cultivating it, one could condense a shadow similar to oneself, and at the same time, duplicate the aptitude, martial arts, and skills of the original body, and then cultivate on its own. To put it bluntly, it was condensing a clone. There was no need to cultivate, and it could even travel around and play. It would help you settle things, and then transmit the obtained experience to the original body. Holy shit! Jun Changshao blurted out, "This is a bit amazing." The system muttered, "Such a powerful martial art would be worth at least $1 million in the shop, but it is actually a side quest reward, it's a bit unbelievable." Go Sheng continued to read, and the more he read, the more excited he became. Because the record said that this martial art was not suitable for actual combat, but as long as one could condense a clone, it could speed up one's martial arts cultivation, and even control the clone to use in alchemy, forging, and so on. In short, it was not responsible for fighting, only for logistics. Ha ha ha! Jun Changshao slapped his thigh and laughed. He was just worrying about the lack of manpower, and now there was a martial art that could condense a clone to help with alchemy. It was no different from sending charcoal in snowy weather. Yuan Gongzi, who was sitting next to him, grimaced, because the patriarch had suddenly burst into laughter, and then raised his hand and slapped his thigh crazily. The strength he used could be described in one word: extremely painful. Patriarch. Feng Guichen couldn't help but ask, "Did you remember something happy?" Only then did Jun Changshao return to his senses from his wild laughter. Then, he said in all seriousness, where was I just now? Opening a branch. It's decided then. After a while, old Yuan will go to other cities to inspect and look for a good location for shop. Patriarch, we don't have enough manpower. Manpower is not a big problem, this king will find a way to solve it. The meeting ended. Feng Guichen walked out of the main hall and collapsed. Old Yuan, our immemorial pill store is a high-end business. If the Patriarch wants to open a branch, is he going to find a group of low-level alchemists to make up the numbers? He won't. Yuan Gongzi said seriously, with my understanding of the Patriarch, as long as there is a way, it will definitely be the best. Feng Guichen was still muttering in his heart. The main reason was that he had entered the sect late, and Go Xing had gone out to experience the world for 2 years, so he hadn't come into contact with the rules of the sect. If it was the imagination trio, as long as the Patriarch said there was a way, there would definitely be a way. The next day, the two were preparing to set off for Linyuan City when they were called to the main hall by Jun Changshao, who threw them 2 secret manuals and said, "You can cultivate in between running a business and refining pills." Many thanks, Patriarch. Yuan Gongzi happily received them. Feng Guichen also accepted the secret manuals, but his heart was unperturbed, because he was obsessed with alchemy and didn't have much interest in the martial Tao. However, on the way back to Linyuan City, he saw that young Master Yuan was so engrossed in his research that his eyes were shining. Thus, out of curiosity, he flipped open the secret manual called The Major Thousand Shadows Art. When he finished reading the contents, he immediately revealed his uncultured side. Holy shit! Chapter 1412. In the Space-Time Secret Realm, Jun Changshao sat cross-legged like an old monk. At this moment, his sea of consciousness was filled with the mantra. Sometimes it was scattered and sometimes it was gathered together. Phew! After a long time, Jun Changshao's body gradually gathered light. Understood. He opened his eyes and a look of realization flashed across his eyes. Under the time acceleration, Jun Changshao had been studying the Deqian shadow art. Today, he finally made substantial progress. Swish. He got up and put his fists in front of his waist. Phew! Under the Deqian shadow art's mantra, waves of air suddenly appeared around his body and then gradually condensed into a figure beside him. Whether it was the head or the shape, it was extremely similar to Jun Changshao, as if it was carved from the same mold. However, it was more illusory, as it was only a shadow. It was different from the clones in Naruto, so please don't try to imagine it. Don't underestimate this shadow. It could cultivate martial arts, comprehend martial arts, and condense heaven and earth attributes to benefit the original body. If one had to find a comparison, it was similar to a life contract. However, the shadow clone could do more than just cultivation. It could also comprehend alchemy, medicine, and other sub-professions. It could even be used to refine elixirs and equipment. It was a versatile little helper at home. Sit down. Jun Changshao ordered. Number 1 Go Xing's shadow clone sat down. Why was it called Number 1? Because according to the secret manual, as long as one comprehended the Deqian shadow art to a higher level, one could condense 2, 3, or even more. The secret manual was a system reward and belonged to the store. Jun Changshao couldn't rely on the insight talisman to cheat. Hence, he could only comprehend the first level and barely condense a shadow. Swish. Sitting cross-legged, the original body and the shadow clone started to comprehend at the same time. About half an hour later, Jun Changshao said happily, "The two of us cultivating together is so fast." Nonsense. The system said, "If you can condense 10,000 shadows, the cultivation speed will definitely be 10,000 times faster than usual." "I'm not that greedy," Jun Changshao said. "I'll be satisfied if I condense 8 or 10. The Great Thousand Shadows art was not only given to Yuan Feng and Feng Guichen, but also to the other sect disciples, all of whom were actively comprehending it at this moment. The most excited person was Yi Xingchen. This was because this kind of martial art that could help him cultivate faster was what he needed the most right now. As long as I can condense a doppelganger, my cultivation speed will only be faster. With a natal contract beast and the help of the Deqian shadow art, Anyo was full of expectations for the future. This is amazing! This is amazing! He Wudi, who was also in the space-time's secret realm, looked at the doppelganger that resembled him, and the shock in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He had seen doppelganger-type martial techniques before, and he had even cultivated them before. However, most of them were used for battle and to confuse the enemy. This was the first time he had seen a method that could directly help him cultivate. Patriarch! He Wudi thought to himself, how many good things did Senior Qishuan give you? Two of the imagination trio were shocked by the Deqian shadow art. Naturally, the Purple King was also present. At this moment, it was sitting cross-legged in the room, scratching its ears and cheeks. This is too difficult. The demonic beasts could not learn the martial arts of humans. Furthermore, the demonic beasts did not even need to cultivate. They could become stronger just by breathing. However, the martial arts manual that Jun Changshao obtained had a note stating that any living being with self-awareness could cultivate it. As a result, in the entire sect, except for the beast race who could not speak, everyone was given the Deqian shadow art and forced to cultivate it. Beasts who had never been good at thinking might find it difficult to cultivate, but as long as they could condense a doppelganger, it would definitely bring huge benefits. In fact, at present, the medical hall and the pill hall had benefited the most. Because after Sun Bukong and the others comprehended one after another, they could often see the original body and the doppelganger in the medicine field responsible for planting herb. In the past, one person did one job. Now, one person did two jobs. Patriarch Elder Wei, who was standing at the top of the mountain, looked at the disciples controlling the doppelganger to plant and prune in an orderly manner, and exclaimed, "In this way, the efficiency of planting will increase by 2 times. Jun Changshao said, 2 times is too little. In the future, it will be 4 times, 10 times, or even more. It was not a big problem. As long as the disciples comprehended more doppelganger, it would not be a problem for one person to do 3 or 4 jobs. 997 was no longer enough to satisfy Goshing. He wanted the disciples to do it. If they were too busy, they could only use doppelganger. Zhoubapi. However, instead of feeling tired, Sun Bukong and the others were very excited, because the doppelganger could not only be used for planting, but also for cultivating the Tao of alchemy. Their understanding and refining would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The one who had the most experience in this aspect was Feng Guichen. After returning to Lin Yuan City, he comprehended the Deqian shadow art and sat in a rocking chair drinking tea and basking in the sun. The alchemy work was handed over to the doppelganger. The doppelganger had no combat power, but it had inherited the advantages of its master. Whether it was cultivation or alchemy, it was no different from the original body doing it. Pa. At the counter, Yuan Gongzi skillfully used the abacus to calculate the sales of today's pills, and the doppelganger held a pen to record the inventory of pills. It was as if one person could do 2 things. Zhen Dejuan and Shangguan Xinyao also discovered this wonderful use. The 2 of them did not use the doppelganger for cultivation, but used it to comprehend arrays. It was equivalent to using one head to do 2 things. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! The Taishan old man sitting cross-legged in the room laughed loudly. After cultivating the Deqian shadow art and condensing doppelganger, the 2 heads thought together and finally came up with a way to improve Bamboo Mountain No. 1. If he had known that this guy had powerful cultivation facilities and powerful mental cultivation methods in his sect, He would have taken all the blame even if he had to secretly go to the mortal world. A certain reader had once complained that Jun Changshao did not care about his life, and even described him as unbearable. But in fact, as long as one joined the sect of all times, the benefits were far greater than taking the blame. Shua! Shua! On a mountain peak, Zhou Hong quickly pulled out his sword and sheathed it. His doppelganger did the same, and his eyes suddenly shone with understanding. As one of the few sword geniuses in the sect, he had almost never experienced the benefits of cultivation facilities, but the Deqian shadow art was an exception, because it could help him comprehend sword Dao faster. The entire sect of all times set off a craze to cultivate the Deqian shadow art. Although some disciples had not yet comprehended it, it was only a matter of time. And in the future, everyone was destined to cultivate and comprehend twice as much. Let me ask you, isn't it scary? Hall Master Feng. After a while, Jun Changshao came to Lin Yuan City and said, Sun Bukong and the others have all condensed doppelganger. They are the best in alchemy. Can we open a branch now? Yes, we can. Feng Guichen said, but we can only open one. It's not a big problem. Jun Changshao took a sip of tea and asked, This king heard that there are 7 chief alchemists in the alchemy hall, and all of them are experts in alchemy. That's right. Feng Guichen nodded. Jun Changshao said, Are they usually in the alchemy hall? This king wants to pay them a visit and ask if they are interested in joining the sect of all times. Feng Guichen's eyes widened. Oh right. Jun Changshao slapped his forehead and said, Since the Alchemy Hall is an authoritative organization in alchemy, there should be many alchemy grandmasters. If we recruit them, we should be able to open more branches. The expression on Feng Guichen's face became more and more interesting. As a patriarch, I'm thinking too much. Alchemy Hall headquarters. Everyone. An old man in a long robe sitting at the head of the table frowned and said, I don't know why, but my left eyelid has been twitching recently. Left eyelid twitching brings fortune, right eyelid twitching brings disaster. An old man said with a smile, This is a good thing. Chapter 1413. Jun Changshao wanted to complete the prestige mission, so he had to develop some businesses. Currently, he only had one business, the pill store, so he could only think of ways to increase his influence. Pill Hall, an authoritative organization focused on alchemy. If he could establish a close cooperative relationship with this organization, it should be able to improve the reputation of the sect. Feng Guichen said seriously, The 7 chief alchemists all work part-time in the major sects. If the patriarch recruits them, it will definitely cause strong dissatisfaction. It doesn't matter. Jun Changshao said, I have a backer. If Zhenren Tonggu heard this, he would probably vomit blood on the spot. Of course, Jun Changshao was just speaking casually. If he really wanted to recruit the 7 chief alchemists, he would definitely need to plan carefully so that the major sects wouldn't be able to find fault with it. Patriarch Yuan Gongzi suggested, In the past 2 years, our production of medicinal herbs has been increasing day by day. Why not open a medicinal herb store in Lin Yuan City? Medicinal herbs were not as profitable as pills. However, ordinary seeds planted in the sect's medicinal fields could produce heaven and earth treasures, so they could also make a lot of money by selling them. What's more, in the past 2 years, because of the lack of alchemy talents, the refining of pills had been slow, so the sect had accumulated a lot of medicinal herbs. Selling some of them for real money was not a bad idea. Okay. Jun Changshao approved. It was necessary for the sect to diversify its businesses. In the future, they might try to expand into real estate, the internet, cars, airplanes, aviation, and other fields. The system was speechless. Does the host want to change this fantasy world into a modern world? If my strength allows. Please, don't lead this new world astray. Again? That's right. The falling star continent had been led astray by Go Shing. A long time ago there had been a huge change in the way people dressed. All kinds of fancy, avant-garde, and trendy styles had been produced one after another. When friends met, they would call each other old friends. Hall Master Feng. Jun Changshao asked, "Where is the pill hall?" Central Territory. Feng Guichen muttered in his heart, "Is the Patriarch really going to the pill hall to recruit all the alchemy grandmasters? If we go now, how long will it take?" Jun Changshao asked. Feng Guichen estimated for a moment and said, "If a revolving core realm cultivator were to use a normal flying artifact, it would take at least half a year." Jun Changshao broke down and said, "Isn't that a little too far?" He had originally planned to make a trip there, but he immediately backed out. "No." Jun Changshao said, "Traveling is a big problem. We have to think of a way to solve it. After reaching the revolving core realm, a martial artist would have the ability to fly. But the upper realms was simply far too large. If they wanted to travel far away, they would definitely choose a flying treasure. Flying treasures were also divided into different grades. When a person first came to the upper realm, although the flying sword given by the Sword Mystic faction was not bad, its grade was too low. It was only suitable for short trips, not long ones. "Is it a gift?" The system roared. "You were the one who stole it. Are there any flying treasures in the shop?" Jun Changshao asked. The system immediately turned into a qualified salesman and said, "As long as the host refreshes, we have space rockets." Jun Changshao fell into deep thought. Forget it, forget it." After a while, he shook his head and said, "Although there are many good things in the shop that I want to buy and am reluctant to refresh, I still have to solve the fundamental problem first." Swoosh. He opened the shop. VIP user in the upper left corner of the panel was gray. This meant that the user had recharged before, but the service was suspended because the user did not renew. Jun Changshao began to refresh. After using up all 5 free times, he did not get the item he wanted. Recharge. The system said, "You can refresh 5 more times." Ding. Recharge successful. Congratulations to the host for becoming a monthly VIP user. The monthly refresh rate has increased from 5 to 10. Ding. Sect contribution points, 250000. VIP user in the upper left corner of the panel suddenly shone brightly, as if it was emitting a strong power of spending money. Swoosh. He refreshed again, and a pleasant surprise came. In the second grid of the second row of the inventory, the name of the item was written, Rainbow Dazzling Light Wings Formula. After 5 free refreshes, he did not see anything. After becoming a VIP user, the first refresh appeared. Haha. Jun Changshao laughed dryly and said, "This is the real world." Go Xing could only strongly despise the behavior of not giving out good items without spending money. But he still bought it for 100,000 contribution points. The Rainbow Dazzling Light Wings was an equipment type, so it was automatically matched with the Forging Pavilion. He opened the introduction. Jun Changshao was overjoyed. From the name, it could be seen that this item was similar to the Iron Wings, a flying treasure. But its performance was relatively simple. It only provided flight and did not have defensive or offensive power. However, the advantage was that it was not bound by the heavens and earth, could fly very fast, and was a good helper for traveling and killing people. The materials did not require any ores. One only needed to prepare a small amount of bird feathers and crystal cores to refine it. Bird feathers. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and thought, will Xiao Mashins do? The little girl in the Sect of all times, who was originally bored without the little dragon, suddenly shivered. Jun Changshao did not stay in the pill store for too long. On the same day, he left for the Sect of all times. As for opening the medicine store, he gave full authority to Yuan Gongzi. Old Yuan was in charge of the business, and the Rose of Flowers was in charge of the internal affairs of the Sect. After the Sect ascended to the higher realms, his role as the Patriarch was a bit redundant. Yuan Gongzi was also a swift and decisive person. On the same day, he went to the city lord mansion to find Lu Desui to discuss the store. In fact, in the early years, he had said that the sect had plans to open a medicine store. Because of this, they were exempt from taxes. So when City Lord Lu learned of this, he immediately expressed his support and said, Yuan Gongzi can choose any store in the city. Thank you. Several days later, several stores adjacent to the pill store began to be renovated. Ancient medicine store? Everyone occasionally passed by. When they saw the plaque hanging above, they were puzzled. Didn't they need herbs to operate the pill store? Why would they sell them? The various large families that cooperated with them were depressed after learning of this. If they started selling herbs, what should they do? Everyone, don't worry. Yuan Gongzi found a time to invite the relevant people of the various large families over. He smiled and said, Our business will not be interrupted. Jun Changxiao's meaning was that ordinary herbs would be used to refine pills in the pill store. As for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, they would be sold to accumulate more resources. Little girl. After returning to the sect, Jun Changxiao found Xiao Maxian. Are you thinking of little Long Long again? Humph. The little girl coldly snorted. I don't miss that annoying fellow. I wonder how little Long Long is doing in the Dragon Clan. Has his strength increased? Jun Changxiao asked. Master. Xiao Maxian said, Do you need something from me? In truth, it's nothing. I just want to borrow some feathers. Jun Changxiao said. Xiao Maxian transformed into her true form of the Demon Ridge Black Hawk. She gently waved her wings and feathers fell to the ground. Is that enough? It's enough, it's enough. Jun Changxiao received the feathers into his spatial ring. Then, he opened the forging pavilion and discovered that it actually matched. He happily said, The materials needed to refine the rainbow light wings are too simple. Pass the ball. Hurry and pass the ball. On the martial arts field, Su Xiaomo, Li Fei, and the others were playing soccer. At the goal, Sun Mucheng was shivering. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of light flew out from Dragon Head Peak, dragging behind it a rainbow light. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Poochie! Poochie! The light gradually weakened. Jun Changxiao floated in the air above the main hall. Behind him, a pair of dazzling wings flapped rhythmically. His entire being emitted a luxurious aura that could only be found in a game. Chapter 14:14. Although the materials used to refine the rainbow dazzling light wings were simple, after wearing it, it was gorgeous and luxurious to the extreme. Moreover, it was filled with the aura of money. If this was paired with the dragon-slaying saber, then when going out to hunt monsters, every strike would be a critical hit and the equipment would explode. Of course, looking good was just a facade. Having a good effect was a real facade. In order to test his speed, Jun Changxiao flapped his wings and flew out of the sect. He circled around the timeless immortal mountains several times. Thus, what appeared in the distance was a beautiful rainbow light that lingered around the entire mountain range. The speed was good. It was much faster than relying on flight. But, as long as he left behind a rainbow light as he flew, wouldn't that provide clues if he was chased down by others? In truth, Jun Changxiao wanted to show off during his first test flight. As long as he communicated with the rainbow dazzling light wings, he wouldn't leave behind a rainbow afterimage as he flew. He could even block out the sound of the wings flapping and achieve complete silence. Not bad, not bad. Landing on the martial stage, a satisfied smile appeared on Goshing's face. The rainbow dazzling light wings' flying speed wasn't too exaggerated, but it was at least much faster than the flying swords of the Flying Mystic faction. It was very suitable for traveling and could be given to disciples, truly saving energy and protecting the environment. Mass production. Jun Changxiao made a decision. He looked for Xiao Maxian and said, Girl, lend me some more feathers. Xiao Maxian transformed into her true form once more. After shaking out a pile of feathers, she said, Is this enough? Not enough. Ah! Because of the upgrade of the forging pavilion, refining the rainbow dazzling light wings was extremely fast. In a short period of time, refining 100,000 wasn't a problem at all. But there weren't enough materials. Xiao Moxian had contributed most of her feathers and only managed to refine 50 to 60 of them. Although this didn't affect her human form, she still couldn't just catch one. Jun Changshao also realized this. Thus, he looked for the Purple King and had him call out all the birds in the mountains and gather their feathers one by one. What a pity! The feathers of other birds couldn't be used for refining. Strange. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin. Although Xiao Moxian is stronger than them, it isn't by much. Why is it that she can do it but not the others? It's simple. The system said, none of the main characters' contracted beasts are ordinary. Maybe it has some special bloodline like Little Long Long. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, Are you mocking me on purpose? No. The system said, I'm just spitting out the thoughts of the readers who are familiar with the plot. Jun Changshao couldn't be bothered with him. Give me some more feathers. Xiao Moxian collapsed. Master, I'm about to turn into a vulture. Not a big problem. Jun Changshao held up an item in his hand and looked at the screen with a smile. Eternal Brand Hair Growth Agent, passed down through the ages. Not only can it treat hair loss, it can also treat hair loss. If you're interested in collaborating with me, please come to my place for a face-to-face discussion and a long night of sleepless nights. That was right. The magic-modified hair growth agent could not only increase hair, but it could also increase feathers. Xiao Moxian, who was no longer able to help her master in battle, once again displayed her value. She continued to grow fur, plucking fur, providing refining materials for him. This was in accordance with Goshing's words. The Sect of all times did not eat for free. Pairs of rainbow-colored dazzling wings were made and distributed to the Sect disciples. In a few short days, the eternal immortal mountain was filled with rainbow lights, weaving together into a beautiful scene. The feeling of flying again is so good. After Li Fei, 7 fields, and the others tried flying, their faces were filled with excitement. They hadn't reached the revolving core realm, so they couldn't fly freely. Now that rainbow light wings appeared, this problem was perfectly solved. Moreover, this type of flying treasure was not weak. Its speed was not inferior to a 3rd or 5th revolution powerhouses. What did this mean? It meant that even if a disciple encountered trouble outside, they would have the opportunity to escape and the other party would be unable to catch up. Patriarch Li Luoqiu received a new batch of rainbow light wings and smiled. With this type of flying treasure, my Drizzle Hall will be able to gather and pass on information much faster. Yes, the popularization of the rainbow dazzling light wings would bring greater convenience to the sect. Actually, in the upper realm, every sect could not do without flying treasures. For example, the flying sword of the Flying Sword Mystic Sect and the flying dagger of the High Blade Mystic Sect had gradually evolved into the symbol of the sect. Rainbow lights and beautiful special effect. This type of flying treasure that only the rich had would definitely become the symbol of the sect of all times in the future. Disciples, listen up. One day, Jun Changshao hung proudly above the main hall and said, Follow me to conquer the sea of stars. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The disciples, led by Li Qingyang and Xiao Zuiji, flew up from the training field, dragging streams of light behind them. Then, they flapped their wings and hovered in midair. The colorful light embellished the surroundings, making them look exceptionally magnificent. At this moment, it gave people the feeling that they were in a large guild formed by rich players in a game, wearing super luxurious equipment and purposely posing for photos. Smack! Smack! Li Tiantian controlled his wings to fly east and west, taking photos from all angles. No. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, We still lack mounts. There were 3 main criteria for a guild in the game to pose for photos. The number of people, the equipment must be awesome, and the mount must be flashy. Incubate the eggs. Jun Changshao said, continue incubating the eggs. In these 2 years, the pill shop had brought in a lot of profit to the sect, and Go Xing was not lacking in money. Ding. Incubation begins. Ding. Giant crab egg incubated successfully, automatically signing a contract with disciple Li Fei. Ding. Crayfish egg incubated successfully, automatically signing a contract with disciple Tian Qi. Ding. Jun Changshao incubated 10 eggs in one go, matching them with Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, Song Xianzhou, and the others. However, Li Fei and Tian Qi's eggs were more unique. One looked like a crab and the other looked like a crayfish. Because they were bigger in size, it was easy to arouse one's appetite. Senior brother. Lu Wansher took out the Chinese cookbook and said, if you guys don't like it, I can use one to make braised crab, and the other to make spicy crayfish. Li Fei and Tian Qi were so scared that they quickly picked up their contracted beasts and ran away. Of course, the appearance of the newly incubated beasts was not important. Because they were still in their infancy, they would undergo many evolutions after reaching adulthood, and there would definitely be huge changes. For example, Yi Xingchen's Panhu beast looked like a husky when it first hatched. After 2 years of training, its strength had increased greatly, but its form was still that of a husky. Cancer region. A cancer race expert said, Race leader, the eggs we threw away have hatched. What are you waiting for? Let's go to the sect of all times. Yes. The crayfish race and the other 8 races also moved out and headed to the ancient celestial mountain. According to the rules set earlier, as long as the eggs hatched, the disciples who signed the life contract with them would also be brought along to train for 2 years. Therefore, not long after, Li Fei, Tian Qi, and the others stood at the foot of the mountain with tears in their eyes, waving goodbye to the patriarch and their fellow sect members. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, parting is always painful. Ding. The sect's medicinal herb store has been opened. Reputation mission completed. 100 reputation points awarded. Ding. Sect reputation points, 200. Go Xing was stunned for a second and said, it's done? Chapter 14-15. Lin Yuan City. After a few days of renovation, Yuan Gongzi took off the red cloth covering the signboard and announced the official opening of the second business of the sect of all times, the herb store. Although it sold common herbs such as the heavenly emperor grass, it was destined to become a high-end business because its quality was at the level of heavenly treasures. City Lord Lu and his business partners came to report the good news and sent sincere congratulatory gift. Feng Guichen. At this moment, a discordant voice sounded, You've made me look for you so hard. HM? Hall Master Feng turned to look. In the relatively empty area outside the shop, a man with red hair and a scarf covering half of his face stood proudly. Under the loose black robe was an exquisite token with the words Alchemy Hall engraved on it. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Du Hongchen. Feng Guichen frowned immediately. Lu Desui and the others were surprised when they heard this. This strange red-haired guy was actually one of the 8 chief alchemists of the Alchemy Hall. Shua. Du Hongchen walked over, first glanced at the herb store, then at the pill store, and shook his head. I heard that you joined a sect that just ascended to the upper realm. I thought it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. Yuan Gongzi also frowned. This guy's tone made it clear that he was here to cause trouble for Hall Master Feng. Oh, I forgot. Du Hongchen scratched his head and said, The master of this patriarch of the sect of all times is Zhenren Tonggu, and his background is not small. Feng Guichen asked in a deep voice, Why are you looking for me? Ha! Du Hongchen laughed and said, Who in the upper realm doesn't know that you and I are like fire and water, so I'm here today to. After a pause, he said with a cold face, Cause trouble for you. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Shua, Shua. City Lord Lu and the cultivators of the major families subconsciously dodged. The 8 chief alchemists were the face of the alchemy hall, and everyone knew that there was a gap between Feng Guichen and Du Hongchen. What was the reason? According to rumors, the two of them simultaneously took Taoist Dan Yuan as their master and cultivated the Tao of pills. They also fell in love with a girl at the same time and pursued her fiercely. In the end, the girl married someone else. It was unknown whether this matter was true or not, but one thing was certain: Feng Guichen and Du Hongchen were indeed Taoist Dan Yuan's disciples, because it could be seen from the word Chen. Yuan Gongzi realized that the problem was a little serious. He hurriedly used his voice transmission technique to inform the nearby members of the Drizzle Hall, asking them to quickly send the news back to the sect. Coming. They arranged for a member to be stationed at a certain distance from each other, and the method of alternating messages between each other reappeared. Patriarch. Not long after, Li Luoxia walked into the main hall and reported, Yuan Gongzi has sent news that one of the 8 head alchemists of the Pill Hall, Du Hongchen, has come to cause trouble for Hall Master Feng on the opening day of the medicine store. Jun Changshao, who was wondering how the prestige mission was completed, was surprised. I was going to visit them one by one. I didn't expect them to come to me. Swish. A 7-colored stream of light flew out from the sect of all times. At this time, the value of the 7-colored dazzling light wings was revealed, allowing one to travel anywhere at any time. Back in Lin Yuan City, only Feng Guichen and Du Hongchen were left in front of the newly opened medicine store. The two stared at each other, and the murderous aura around them became stronger and stronger. You too. Lu Desui said weakly. Fighting is forbidden in the small city, scram. Feng Guichen and Du Hongchen shouted. Farewell. Swish. City Lord Lu instantly transformed into a top master, and in the blink of an eye, he was sitting in the City Lord's mansion, drinking tea. Same old rules. Du Hongchen said lightly, let's have a competition, whoever loses will kneel. The cultivators fighting in the distance twitched their mouths. The 2 head alchemists were both respected figures. Kneeling after losing was absolutely trampling on their dignity. Feng Guichen was about to agree. Hall Master Feng. Yuan Gongzi sent a voice transmission. Patriarch is on his way, find a way to delay him. Feng Guichen hurriedly corrected himself. I've been performing alchemy recently, so I'm physically and mentally exhausted. If you want to compete, wait until I've adjusted my condition. Both of them were disciples of perfected Dan Yuan, so the so-called competition would definitely be decided by alchemy. TCH. Du Hongchen sneered, I've seen the pills you refined. Although the quality is good, the refining method should be normal. If you can still exhaust your body and mind, it seems that not only have you not improved after so many years, you're getting worse and worse. This guy's words were a bit harsh. If it were before, Feng Guichen would definitely not have tolerated it, but since he had received the Patriarch's order, he suppressed his anger and sneered. Whether I've improved or not, we'll know after we compete. How many days do you want to recuperate? 3 days. Good. Du Hongchen waved his sleeves and left. 3 days later, you and I will compete in alchemy. Watching him leave, Yuan Gongzi couldn't help but ask, Hall Master Feng, what kind of grudge do you have with this person? Feng Guichen shook his head and said, it's all in the past, let's not talk about it. 3 days later, with the help of the Rainbow Light Wings, Jun Changshao rushed over early in the morning and learned that the two were going to compete in alchemy, so he asked, do you have a chance of winning? It used to be 50-50. Feng Guichen said proudly, it's easy to beat him now. The two's strength in alchemy had always been neck and neck, and they had fought for hundreds of years without a winner. But it was different now. Hall Master Feng, who cultivated the Great Thousand Shadows art, usually comprehended twice as much, so his understanding of alchemy was definitely not comparable to Du Hongchun. That's good. Jun Changshao was relieved and quickly formulated a plan. Morning. Many cultivators gathered outside the medicinal shop. The two chief alchemists of the alchemy hall were going to compete, so they definitely wouldn't miss it. Du Hongchun arrived as scheduled. I've long heard of Grandmaster Du's name, and seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. Jun Changshao, standing in front of the medicinal shop, cupped his hands and smiled. You are? The patriarch of the sect of all times. Du Hongchun said, so you're Zhenren Tonggu's direct disciple. Jun Changshao frowned. The patriarch. Feng Gui-chen transmitted his voice. This junior brother of mine is a loner, and his words are always unpleasant. Please don't lower yourself to his level. Jun Patriarch. Du Hongchun said, since you can recruit Feng Gui-chen as your disciple, you should be outstanding in alchemy, right? Not bad, not bad. Why don't you and I have a competition? The expression on Jun Changshao's face was wonderful. Ha ha ha. The system couldn't help laughing. In terms of martial Dao, the host could use cheats if he wasn't strong enough, but he knew nothing about alchemy. Challenging him was the same as directly grabbing his Achilles' heel. Du Hongchun. Feng Gui-chen said coldly, your opponent is me. Du Hongchun shook his head and said, you and I have competed 800 times, if not 1,000 times, it's really nothing new. Why don't you find your patriarch to compare notes? Damn it, Jun Changshao cursed in his heart. He had great attainments in martial Dao, sword Dao, and array Dao, but he hadn't studied other sub-professions. Firstly, he didn't have any aptitude elixirs to consume, and secondly, he was a sect, not an omnipotent protagonist. Ding. Side quest triggered. This quest wouldn't be related to alchemy, right? Jun Changshao opened the quest panel, and after seeing the words defeat Du Hongchun in alchemy, he immediately cursed in his heart. Damn it. Chapter 14:16. In terms of alchemy, Jun Changshao also knew a thing or two about alchemy, so refining a qi-gathering pill was not a problem. However, because he relied too much on alchemy from the pill pavilion, he had never studied alchemy at all. Compared with the professional Du Hongchun, there was definitely a huge gap. If he were to compete, he would definitely lose miserably. No. I am the sect master. How can I casually make a move? Just as Jun Changshao was about to refuse, the side quest came. From the content, it was obvious that he had to do something beyond his ability. Du Hongchun. Feng Gui-chen said lightly, you are not qualified to challenge my patriarch. As far as he knew, Jun Changshao not only knew alchemy, but was also very good at alchemy. For example, the first transformation shaping pill he had taken before was simply a miracle pill. However, during this period of time, he had cultivated the Great Thousand Shadows art, and his alchemy had improved, so he hoped to defeat the other party personally. Hall Master Feng. Jun Changshao said, since this chief alchemist wants to challenge this king, I must satisfy him, so as not to be criticized by others. Damn it. The mission was already here. How could he not fight? All right. Feng Gui-chen looked at Du Hongchun with a sympathetic look. Being able to refine a shaping pill that could improve all aspects showed that the patriarch had high attainments in alchemy. This guy would definitely lose miserably. Regarding this, Yuan Gongzi agreed. Although the entire sect had never seen the patriarch refine pills, they believed in his strength. After all, many of the pills he had eaten had the ability to steal the fortune of heaven and earth. In fact, after agreeing to the competition, Jun Changshao panicked in his heart. How could he beat him? Even if he crammed the Buddha's feet at the last minute, it would definitely be too late. Got it. First, he pretended to refine pills, and then secretly used the pill pavilion. The system was speechless. You are cheating. The mission didn't say that I can't cheat. As long as I beat him in alchemy, it's fine. Jun Changshao boasted shamelessly. Shua. At this moment, Du Hongchun took out an alchemy furnace from his space ring and placed it on the street, saying, "Don't pick a place, let's compete here." Martial arts competitions required a stage, but alchemy competitions were not that troublesome. They only needed an empty space. Jun Patriarch. Du Hongchun said lightly, "Show me your pill furnace." Yuan Gongzi and Feng Guichen looked forward to it. An alchemy furnace was equivalent to a martial artist's equipment and most valuable treasure. It was absolutely indispensable. Therefore, the two of them were curious about the level of the alchemy furnace that the Patriarch had refined. Go Xing was a little embarrassed. 2 years ago, he had given his disciples quite a few pill furnaces, but he didn't have any at all. It was not a big problem. Since he still had to cheat in the end, he might as well find something else to replace it with. Shua. Jun Changshao waved his hand, and the magically modified vacuum cleaner appeared out of thin air. With his hands behind his back, he said, "This is my pill furnace." Feng Guichen and Du Hongchen were dumbfounded. The two of them had cultivated alchemy for so many years, but they had never seen such a pill furnace. Yuan Gongzi had seen the magically modified vacuum cleaner before and knew its function, so he was surprised in his heart. So this thing also has an alchemy function. No. There was no such function. However, even Anyo could be called an all-rounder, let alone a vacuum cleaner. The shape is so strange. Why does it look like a pot? The stranger the pill furnace, the more precious it is. Jun Changshao took out the magically modified vacuum cleaner. Because of its special shape, it immediately attracted the attention of all the martial artists. Du Hongchen said lightly, "Jun Patriarch, how do we compete? Each of us will refine a first revolution pill, and then we will determine the winner based on time, quality, and effect," Jun Changshao said. First revolution? Du Hongchen frowned. This level of pill was nothing to him. He almost couldn't help but say, "If you have the ability, let's compete with second revolution pills." Of course, Jun Changshao said, "Exchanging pointers in alchemy is really boring. Let's add some stake." It's coming, it's coming. The system said, "The trick is really coming." What kind of stakes? This king will kneel in front of everyone if he loses, and you will join my sect if you lose. He had thought of this trick just now. He originally planned to use it against Feng Guichen, but he didn't expect the other party to suddenly challenge him. "You are Zhenren Tonggu's disciple, I can't bear your kneel." Du Hongchun pointed to Feng Guichen and said, "How about this? If you lose, let this guy kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times in front of me in public." Although this guy's words were unpleasant, he knew that Go Xing had a backer. "Hall Master Feng," Jun Changshao asked, "what do you think?" Feng Guichen said, "I will follow Patriarch's arrangement." "Good." Jun Changshao said loudly, "It's settled then. This king will kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times if he loses, and you will join my sect of all times." Huff huff. A cold wind blew from the street of the herb store, making the atmosphere even more austere. Du Hongchen stood in front of the pill furnace and took out baskets of herbs. He then untied the red scarf wrapped around his arm and tied it to his forehead, his eyes gradually becoming cold. "Patriarch," Feng Guichen said solemnly, "this guy is getting serious. I can see it." Jun Changshao said so, but in his heart he thought, "It's time to test my acting skills." Shwa. Shwa. With a wave of his hand, various herbs were placed on the table prepared in advance. Although he was cheating with the pill pavilion, he still had to act. "Please." Du Hongchen cupped his hands and immediately slapped the table with one hand. Dozens of herbs instantly bounced up and were then enveloped by a thick cloud of true energy. "Patriarch." Feng Guichen acted as a commentator and said, "This is a quenching method, which can maximize the energy of the herbs. Putting them into the pill furnace will have a better effect." "Damn. So professional. How can I fall behind? Pa! Jun Changshao also slapped the table and shook all kinds of herb. Shwa shwa shwa. His palm turned into a knife and slashed wildly. Complete herbs were cut into pieces and then neatly arranged on the table. Feng Guichen was dumbfounded. Complete herbs contained extremely strong heaven and earth attribute. Wouldn't all the energy be lost if they were cut into pieces? This is a slicing method created by this king based on the culinary Tao. After putting them into the pill furnace, it can fully dissolve the herbs and greatly improve the quality of the pill. Jun Changshao explained. Go Xing had never practiced alchemy before, but this didn't stop him from bragging. So that's how it is. Feng Guichen suddenly understood. The patriarch's method of doing the opposite was really admirable. Che. Du Hongchen coldly snorted. If the herbs were cut into pieces, it would be strange if they could improve the quality. Shwa. At this moment, he spread out his hands and placed them on the pill furnace. Suddenly, a hot flame emerged from his body. Earth Spirit Fire! Everyone exclaimed one after another. They all knew that this chief alchemist had a very rare fire seed. Now that they could see it with their own eyes, they were really lucky. Du Hongchen, who was heating the pill furnace, looked at Jun Changshao with a rather proud look, as if to say, "Kid, are you jealous of my color?" Whoosh! At this moment, Go Xing kicked the vacuum cleaner up and caught it firmly with his right palm. An extremely pure flame instantly burst out. Damn! Feng Guichen once again exposed his ignorance and exclaimed, "Fire Soul Spirit." Du Hongchen's eyes widened. Although his Earth Spirit Fire was rare in the upper realm, a Fire Soul Spirit born in the universe was extremely rare. Oh my god! Jun Patriarch's flame is even stronger. Nonsense, this is a spirit that can only be born in the universe. It's rare even in the upper realm. Chapter 14-17. Du Hongchen could show off his skills and pills crazily in front of Jun Changshao, but he could not show off his flames, because this guy had a son born in the universe, called the Spirit of Fire Soul. It was undeniable that this spirit was born in the mortal universe, but because of its uniqueness and huge growth potential, even in the upper realm system, it was still the fire attribute that everyone dreamed of. No wonder Patriarch could refine the shaping pill, he has such a powerful spirit of fire. Feng Guichen was shocked. Flames played a crucial role in smelting herbs, so the higher the level, the more powerful the pill could be refined. So fragrant. Imagine. There were two laws of the sect of all times. Jun Changshao showed off the spirit of Fire Soul that could only be born in the universe, and immediately set off a small climax of showing off. Du Hongchen, who had been proud of himself, couldn't even smile anymore. You have a pill furnace, I have a vacuum cleaner. You have a quenching method, I have a slicing method. You have the fire of Earth Spirit, I have the spirit of Fire Soul. Come on. Let's hurt each other. Damn it. Du Hongchen suddenly waved his hands, and all the quenched herbs instantly flew into the pill furnace. Just from the way he threw the herbs into the furnace, it could be seen that he was definitely a battle-hardened alchemy master. Pa! Jun Changshao was not willing to fall behind. He first put the vacuum cleaner on the medicine table, picked up the flat suction nozzle, and instantly sucked in the cut herbs, then continued to heat them with the flames. Smooth as flowing water, all done in one go. Creating a character in a hypothetical situation was known as a non-material performance in performance art. At this moment, Jun Changshao had obviously entered this state. Not only was he immersed in his performance, but he also seemed to have transformed into an alchemy master, standing in the center of attention of thousands of people, listening to the people shouting, "Go salt smuggler!" Whoosh! Whoosh! Scorching flames rose up, sometimes scorching hot and sometimes restrained. Awesome! Master! Everyone exclaimed. If they knew that the herbs in the vacuum cleaner were all black mud, and that Jun Changshao was just playing around, they would definitely vomit blood on the spot. It was true that the alchemy was fake, but Jun Changzhao's actions, logic, and other aspects were all on point. It was impossible to find any flaws. Even Du Hongchen had been fooled, believing that his strength was not simple. An actor. He had to act like what he was acting. Even if it was an insignificant action, even if it was just a casual glance, it would all be a show. Winking and glaring in front of the camera, and even lip-syncing with numbers, at best, she was just a celebrity. Jun Changshao is very handsome, who doesn't know that? But please don't label him as a little fresh meat, just because of his looks, because he also has acting skills that don't lose out to the best actor. Schwa. After a while, Jun Changshao, who had completely immersed himself in his role, put away his flames and placed the smoking vacuum cleaner on the medicine table. He quickly turned it around and opened the vacuum cleaner in a practiced manner. When 10 hot medicinal pills appeared, he wrapped his fist in his palm and said, "Sorry for embarrassing myself." Du Hongchen was dumbfounded. I had just put in the herbs and hadn't started to decompose them, but he had already finished refining? And it was a full batch. That speed was too terrifying. Feng Guichen was shocked. I'm not even 1/10 as good as Patriarch. From the beginning of the performance to the completion of the pills, it had only been 2 or 3 minutes, so all the cultivators were stunned. Although they didn't understand alchemy, they had heard that the process of refining pills was extremely boring and cumbersome. It might even take a few days or even dozens of days to refine. Impossible, Du Hongchen said. It's impossible to refine so fast. If it was an ordinary type of pill, it might be refined in a very short time. But this time, the rule was to refine a first revolution pill. Even immortal Dan Yuan couldn't do it. Jun Changshao poured 10 first revolution shaping pills into the tray and said with a smile, "Facts speak louder than words." Du Hongchen was silent. At first, he thought whether the other party would throw in 10 pills when he wasn't paying attention, but now he dispelled that idea. Because the 10 pills were shining and shining, they all represented that they had just been refined. Yes, the pills had indeed just been refined. In this regard, Jun Changshao would never cheat. It was just that they were sent to the vacuum after being refined by the pill pavilion. Humph. Du Hongchen calmed his mind and said coldly, "Refining pills is not about speed but about quality." Huff huff. The flame intensified and he continued to refine pills. Jun Changshao folded his arms and quietly watched his performance, thinking to himself, "Comparing quality with the pills refined by my pill pavilion, I'm afraid you've lost your mind." Du Hongchen's strength in alchemy was very good. It only took him half an hour to refine a first revolution pill. Feng Guichen was not surprised. After all, they had competed so many times and everyone was clear about their strength. Such a talent must be recruited. Jun Changshao secretly rejoiced. "Come," Du Hongchen said, "begin to verify the quality of the pills." Saying so, he walked to Jun Changshao's table uninvited, picked up a pill, and began to verify it himself. Perfect. Then he picked up the second pill. Perfect. Perfect. When he pinched the 10th pill and confirmed that the quality was still perfect, Du Hongchen suddenly deflated like a balloon. But, putting down the pill, he turned his head and said, "You win, I lose." In fact, both of them refined 10 perfect quality pills, but because of the huge difference in time, it was easy to determine the winner. This guy is quite honest. Nonsense. The system said, he is the chief alchemist of the alchemy hall. What he cares about is reputation and honor. How can he be as shameless as the host? Jun Changshao smiled. According to the previous agreement, if you lose, you will join the sect of all times. Don't worry. Du Hongchen said lightly. This Du always accepts defeat. I will never go back on my words. Schwa. Jun Changshao skillfully took out the entry form and said, "In that case, let's go through the entry procedure." Wait a minute. Du Hongchun pointed at Feng Guichen and said lightly, I want to compete with this guy. If I win, the previous bet will be void. What do you think, June Patriarch? F***CK. The system cursed. Just now I was praising you for having the style of a master, but now you are playing tricks on me. Okay. Jun Changshao agreed readily. Gosheng's personality was to not use people he doubted. Since Hall Master Feng joined the Sect of All Times and became the Hall Master and said that he could defeat Du Hongchen, he definitely trusted him and was willing to let him lose even more miserably. Sure enough, Feng Guichen did not disappoint Jun Changshao. After a 3-chapter pill competition, he finally won by refining a furnace full of perfect quality pills in an even shorter time. Du Hongchen, who lost 2 rounds in a row, stood on the medicine table in a daze. He and Feng Guichen came from the same sect and had always been evenly matched in alchemy. Why did the other party's alchemy skills improve by leaps and bounds in just a few years? Master. Jun Changshao handed over the entry form and said with a smile, If you want to know how you lost, join the Sect of All Times and you will understand. Du Hongchen raised his head with difficulty and said, Let me say this first, I am only temporarily joining the Sect of All Times. When I beat you in alchemy in the future, you must restore my freedom. No problem. Jun Changshao said seriously, as long as you join the sect, you can accept challenges at any time. Du Hongchen began to fill out the entry form and thought to himself, Revenge is a dish best served cold. I will win back the 2 rounds I lost today. But the sect seal was stamped on it. At this point, Du Hongchen, one of the 8 chief alchemists of the Alchemy Hall, became a member of the Sect of All Times. 6 more. Chapter 14:18. Du Hongchen, who was willing to accept his loss, had joined the Sect of All Times, which had undoubtedly greatly improved their overall strength in alchemy. After all, the former was not inferior to Feng Guichen in alchemy. Jun Changshao was not satisfied with the current situation. He hoped to win over the other 6 chief alchemists of the Alchemy Hall, and then with the 8 of them as the core, he would build an ancient Alchemy Hall. For this, he needed to take action. Alchemy Hall Headquarters Main Hall. The long-robed old man sitting at the head said, My left eyelid is twitching more and more. Report. At this moment, a subordinate hurriedly walked in and said, There is news from Lin Yuan City. Chief alchemist Du Hongchen has joined the Sect of All Times. What? The long-robed old man was surprised. He already knew that Feng Guichen had joined the Sect of All Times, and now another chief alchemist had joined. Moreover, they had irreconcilable conflict. This was unbelievable. Strange. One of the higher-ups was puzzled. What is so special about the Sect of All Times that Feng Guichen and Du Hongchen are willing to join? They all knew that Jun Changshao's honored master was Zhenren Tonggu, but martial arts and alchemy were 2 different things. What's more, the sect had just ascended. Even if they were outstanding in alchemy, it was impossible for them to be better than 2 chief alchemists, right? According to the news, Master Du and the Patriarch of the Sect of All Times sparred in alchemy and were completely defeated, the subordinate said. Completely defeated? The long-robed old man and the other higher-ups were surprised. From the literal meaning of complete defeat, it meant that he had lost completely. Tsk tisk. Someone said, Could it be that Senior Tonggu's disciple also has extremely high attainments in alchemy? That's not right. One of the higher-ups wondered, I've never heard of Senior Tonggu being involved in alchemy. How did he cultivate such a disciple? Report. At this moment, another subordinate came in and said, Hall Master Feng sent a message. Soon, the Patriarch of the Sect of All Times will personally visit the Alchemy Hall. As soon as he said this, the long-robed old man's left eyelid twitched even more, so he hurriedly asked the higher-ups. Hall Master, an old man said with a smile, if I'm not wrong, The patriarch of the sect of all times's visit might bring fortune to the alchemy hall. That's what I think too. His left eye twitched for fortune, and his right eye twitched for disaster. When Jun Changshao was mentioned, the hall master's left eye twitched violently. Alchemy and alchemy hall's alchemy, especially to the sect to the sect of alchemy, to the sect to the sect to the sects to the sect. I hope so, the long-robed old man said. The sect of the all times. Jun Changshao appointed Du Hongchen as the hall master of the pill hall. Wait, Feng Feng's? To the sect the two of them had conflicts, so Du Hongchen would definitely not be happy to be the vice hall master. Therefore, Jun Changshao decided to let both of them be hall masters and have equal authority. Although the hall leader was a position, the readers knew in their hearts that once they entered the eternal sect, especially in the aspect of alchemy, they were destined to be a coolie. That's not right. Du Hongchen, who had just taken up the position, received a mission to open a pill store in another city. He would be responsible for the pill store's production and supply. He had already arranged the manpower. Damn it! Are they using me as a tool? Hall Master Du, at this moment Li Qingyang came to see him. The patriarch wants you to go to the Great Hall. Du Hongchen was unhappy, but he still went. Jun Changshao had been waiting for a long time. Seeing his sword, he threw a pill over. This is the sect's exclusive pill-shaping pill. Du Hongchen immediately realized from the shape that this was made during the alchemy competition. Patriarch. He put it on the table. Can I not eat it? Are you afraid it's poisonous? Jun Changshao said. Anyone who enters the sect will be given this pill to strengthen the body, meridians, soul, and other aspects. It's up to you to eat it or throw it away. Strengthen the body, meridians, and soul? So magical? Du Hongchen muttered in his heart. Shua. Jun Changshao threw another secret book. This is the sect's exclusive martial art. It can help improve your alchemy Dao. You can use it to cultivate when you have nothing to do. Thousand Shadows art? Du Hongchen read and thought, doesn't the patriarch know that I mainly cultivate alchemy Dao and rarely cultivate martial Dao? Prepare. Jun Changshao said, we'll leave for Haoyu City in half a month. Haoyu City was a city he valued. Its overall strength was greater than Linyuan City, and because of its geographical location, it was a transportation and trade hub. Understood. Du Hongchen got up and left. Because he lost the bet, he could only be forced to enter the sect. In fact, his current mentality was, you can get me, but you can never get my heart. Can it really improve alchemy Dao? After returning to his residence, Du Hongchen was really bored, so he flipped through the Thousand Shadows art. When he saw the introduction, he blurted out, damn, a divine skill. A few days later, he successfully condensed the shadows. After experiencing the initial benefits, he suddenly realized, no wonder that guy's alchemy Dao improved so quickly. Swish. Du Hongchen hurriedly took out the shaping pill and thought, this thing may be really magical. Gulp. After swallowing it, he felt that his meridians, blood, and even soul had improved. He couldn't help but say, one kind of elixir can combine the effects of many kinds of elixirs. It's amazing. At this moment, Du Hongchen's mentality had a huge change. He had completely changed. You can get my body and my heart. Even when he saw Jun Changshao, he had to respectfully call him patriarch. Dai Lu expressed, this person really has no backbone at all. Speaking of the unyielding brother Green Scarf, he was also quite bored recently. Because there were no prisoners in the prison, he had nothing to do all day and mainly focused on cultivation. Arya and Zhao Daodu also wandered around the prison all day, like two salted fish who had lost their souls. Don't worry. Jun Changshao comforted, there will be prisoners soon. Why did he say that? Because the Drizzle Hall had just sent a message. 2 years ago, the Lingwei True Sect had contacted the patriarch of the Fuqian sect. Damn it. Jun Changshao slammed the table and said angrily, I knew there was something fishy about this. Although the trouble caused by the Lingwei True Sect ended with compensation, Go Xing would definitely investigate the cause and effect. He would investigate why the other party was so coincidentally in the area of the magnetite vein. As expected, he really found a loophole. Li Luoqiu said, This Patriarch Pei is probably unhappy that the Patriarch obtained the magnetite vein. He deliberately told the location of the vein to the Lingwei True Sect so that they could kill him with a borrowed knife. Pei silly, Pei silly. Jun Changshao stood up and shook his head. His eyes gradually became gloomy and cold as he said, This king is kind enough to let you off this time, but you still dare to play tricks on me. Don't blame the sect for becoming a money-losing sect. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu said, It's pronounced Fu. Jun Changshao slammed the table and said, Then let him become the patriarch of paying money. Chapter 14:19. Whoosh, whoosh. The scorching flames engulfed the entire Fuqian sect like an ancient beast. The corpses of the disciples were strewn all over the place. The blood that had gathered into a river was evaporating bit by bit. The scene was like hell on earth. Thud, thud. Black figures with blurry appearances stopped in front of the main hall. Their eyes were flashing red, emitting a bone-chilling murderous intent. They were wearing the same uniform with the word ancient printed on their chests. Plop. Pei Si, who was standing in front of the main hall, could no longer hold on. He collapsed to the ground like mud. His eyes were filled with despair and fear. Patriarch Pei. A sinister voice came from behind the black figures. It's time for you to die. Swoosh. A sword beam shot over. A strong aura of death surged in his heart. No! Pei Si sat up from the bed and saw the moon hanging high in the sky. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and panted. I had a nightmare again. That's right. Just now it was just a dream of his sect being destroyed. But because it was too real, he couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Sigh. Pei Si said bitterly, I regret it so much. I regret it so much. He had been living in fear for the past 2 years. There was no other reason. The person who had tricked him had a master who was Zhenren Tonggu. Who was he? This was a top power that even the Jia Hall was afraid of. If he could go back in time and return to the time of the sect meeting on Lingfeng Mountain, he definitely wouldn't have tricked Jun Changshao. He wouldn't even have participated in the event. Unfortunately, things couldn't be reversed. Actually, 2 years ago, the Lingwei True Sect had vented their anger on the Fuqian sect. Pei Si had paid a huge price to barely save the sect. However, this was just a small problem. The real problem was the sect of all times. At first, he considered whether to go to their sect and apologize. However, he didn't have the courage. Furthermore, they hadn't come after so long. Perhaps they didn't know that he was the one who had told them the location of the mine. Pei Si didn't take any action. He believed that time would wash away everything. Sigh. The path to heaven became narrower and narrower. It even led to hell. Pei Si broke out in a cold sweat because of the nightmare. He stood up and went to the table to pour some water. Thank you. You're welcome. Caw. The atmosphere in the room and Pei Si expression suddenly froze. With the help of the moonlight, he saw an extraordinary young man sitting on the chair, holding a teacup that he had just filled. That was right. It was Jun Changshao. Ah! Pei Si suddenly laughed and said, The sect protecting formation has always been activated. How could he be sitting here? Dream. It must be a dream. Hoo. At this moment, flames flickered outside the window. Pei Si laughed again. This kind of situation was similar to repeated dreams. This meant that he was actually still in a deep sleep, or even had a dream within a dream. Pa! Jun Changshao slapped his face and asked, Does it hurt? It hurts. Pei Si grimaced. His mind, which was originally in a daze, suddenly became very clear. He howled in his heart, It's not a dream. Swoosh. Jun Changshao grabbed his collar and dragged him out of the room. He said, I gave you a chance at Spirit Peak Mountain, but you didn't know how to cherish it. From today onwards, the Fuqian sect will be removed from the pugilistic world. All resources will belong to the sect of all times. It's over, it's over. The nightmare had finally come true. Pei Seely was dragged to the martial arts arena like a dead dog. At this moment, tens of thousands of sect disciples were kneeling on the ground, holding their heads as they watched the main hall being engulfed in flames. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. Li Qingyang and the others were fully armed and stood in the surroundings like emotionless killers. The Fuqian sect's overall strength was not bad, but in front of a group of cheaters, they were surrounded in a daze while sleeping. They were not even given a chance to resist. Plop! Pei Seely was thrown to the ground. Jun Changshao sat on the chair that Xiao Ziji had prepared in advance. He glanced at the Fuqian sect disciples and said indifferently, as the saying goes, every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. I will only deal with the patriarch. You can go down the mountain and find another way. This sect had to be destroyed, but the innocent would not be harmed. Actually, in the lower world, Jun Changshao had destroyed sects before, but he had always adhered to the principle of not harming the innocent. For example, the first sect he destroyed, the Spirit Spring sect, had only been dismissed in the end. Otherwise, Dai Lu would have been dead long ago. Even when he went to the extreme cold palace, he only blew up the mountain gate and did not cause any death. Of course, except for the evil sects that did all kinds of evil, Pei Seely had tricked him at Spirit Peak Mountain. Jun Changxiao's anger dissipated after beating him up, so he did not take it to heart. However, he could not tolerate the fact that Pei Seely had used someone else to do his dirty work. Therefore, whether it was compensation or payment, the Fuqian sect had to disappear. It was normal to have conflicts with other sects when developing. For example, he had offended the Sword Mystic sect and the High Blade Mystic sect. Go Xing generously welcomed them to seek revenge at any time. However, if they hid in the dark and played dirty tricks, but he had to kill them. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Endless flames enveloped the entire Fuqian sect, and the buildings were gradually engulfed. The scene in Pei Seely's dream was already very scary, but it was still very different from what had happened in reality. He did not have the chance to carefully compare the difference between the dream and reality, because he had been sent to the Tianyuan prison pagoda and was being watched by Arya, Zhao Daodu, and Dai Lu. Jun Changshao did not intend to kill him, but he would definitely be in jail. Let's get to work. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Whips, candles, ropes, and other tools appeared out of thin air. A few days later, news of the destruction of the Fuqian sect spread in some areas of the upper world, causing an uproar. This sect was not very powerful, but it still had some history. It was a little unbelievable that it had been destroyed so suddenly. Who did it? A few allies of the Fuqian sect have already started investigating. This is a sect that has been in the upper world for many years. Unless they have a deep grudge with others, they can't be destroyed so easily. It was difficult to establish a sect in the upper world, but it was also difficult to be destroyed. This was because the surviving sects had connections, and other forces would be more or less afraid when they took action. Bam! In the main hall of the Linging sect, a big shot slammed the table and said angrily, "We must find out who the murderer is and seek justice for the Fuqian sect." Many big shots from various sects were sitting around. They had a good relationship with Pei Seely, and when they heard that the Fuqian sect had been destroyed, they would be filled with righteous indignation. Could it be the Ling Wei True sect? Someone asked. As soon as this was said, the big shots calmed down and put on a look that said, "I'm just here to drink tea." These sects were just huddling together for warmth. They could only pretend to be subservient to the Ling Wei True sect, let alone the Ling Wei True sect. Impossible. A big shot said, "If the Ling Wei True Sect did it, they would have announced it to the public long ago." "That's right." Someone said, "The Ling Wei True Sect is a prestigious Ling Wei True Sect after all. How could they lose their status and destroy a lowly Fuqian sect?" Then who could it be? Everyone began to guess. However, they still could not figure out who Pei Seely had offended. Report. At this moment, a disciple walked in and said, "The sect of all times announced to the public that they have an irreconcilable grudge with the Fuqian sect, so they destroyed it along the way." The sect of all times? The big shots of the various sects widened their eyes. They had heard of this name before, and they also knew that the patriarch, Jun Changshao, was Zhenren Tonggu's disciple. "I just remembered that I still have important matters to deal with in the sect. I'll take my leave first. My sect will be holding a sect competition in 2 days. I have to personally organize it. Goodbye. There's been a problem with my cultivation recently. I'll go back and recuperate for a while." Chapter 14:20. After learning that the culprit was the sect of all times, the elders of the various sects who were seeking justice for the Fuqian sect immediately got up and left. The entire hall instantly became empty. They could not afford to offend the Lingwei True Sect. They could not afford to offend the disciples of Zhenren Tonggu. Because of their powerful background, the situation that should have happened after the young ones were defeated was stopped in a timely manner. However, someone was unhappy. That was the Jia Hall that managed the world. He destroyed the Fuqian sect casually and publicly announced it to the world. He's simply too arrogant and despotic. He doesn't take us seriously at all. Although the upper realm was crueler than the lower realm, the system was more complete. The Jia Hall would definitely not be indifferent to the destruction of a sect. Damn it! In the hall, a dignified old man said angrily, "Does Jun Changshao think that he can do whatever he wants in the upper realm just because he has Zhenren Tonggu's support? He's only been here for 2 years and he's already destroyed a sect. If he's allowed to do as he pleases, the world will be in chaos." Someone said angrily, "No. We must seek an explanation from Zhenren Tonggu." Naturally, they would not sympathize with a small Fuqian sect. However, they were still law enforcers on the surface. "Your disciple has destroyed a sect and announced it publicly. Are you telling the world that we can't do anything to him?" Needless to say, Jun Changshao did have this intention. Before coming to the upper realm, he was already unhappy with the Jia Hall. Now that he had a powerful background, he would definitely not give them any face. Moreover, the Fuqian sect has tricked me twice, especially using others to kill me. If Master had not arrived in time, wouldn't the sect of all times have been wiped out by the Lingwei True Sect? When that time comes, will you law enforcers seek justice for me? The answer was definitely no, because it was normal for a truth-level sect to destroy an unrelated and unrated sect. In fact, if there was a grudge between sects that involved the destruction of a sect, as long as it was not too serious, the Jia Hall would usually not intervene. This time, it was mainly Jun Changshao who announced it to the public. It was full of provocation. If he did not make a statement, what would the major sects think? What would the whole world think? Find him. We must find him. After a unanimous discussion in the Jia Hall, they decided to look for Zhenren Tonggu. "Your disciple has given us a difficult problem. If we don't put up a front, how are we going to manage the upper realm in the future?" "Everyone," the dignified old man asked, "which one of you is going to the extreme cavern?" As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. There were some words that could be said to satisfy one's mouth, but when it came to action, one would definitely be terrified. Moreover, 2 years ago, Daoist Tonggu had forcefully shielded him in front of all the major clans in the Eternal Sect. "I'll go." A voice came from outside the main hall. Everyone looked over and saw Empress Ling Yao standing in front of the door, shrouded in clouds and mist. "All right. No problem." The Jia Hall agreed unanimously. Even though they disliked this woman, they had to admit that she was very capable, otherwise, she would not have ascended to rank 9 cultivation level and connections in just a few thousand years. On the same day, the Jia Hall announced to the public that they would investigate the destruction of the Fuqian sect. This could be considered as telling the world that they did not sit idly by and do not fear Jun Changxiao's master, Zhenren Tonggu. Courageous. Let's wait for the results. Sect of all times. Jun Changxiao sat in the main hall gloomily, because he only obtained tens of millions of magnetite after destroying a sect. There was no helping it. Pei Sili had sold everything he had to appease Spirit Fine True Sect's anger, so he did not have much savings in the past 2 years. However, Fuqian Sect's cultivation methods and martial arts were all plundered. Even though their levels were not as high as the system's reward, they could be used to exchange for profound martial arts from the cultivation method pavilion. Right. Jun Changxiao slapped his forehead, saying, "There is still a sect function that I did not use. I can use it to upgrade the cultivation method pavilion. Spirit Essence Pavilion. Skipped me again. There was no choice. Your function was to inject attributes into equipment. The sect disciples did not have new weapons and equipment. Even if they were upgraded, their value would not be reflected. But the cultivation method pavilion was different. If the martial arts inside were strengthened by the upgrade, it would greatly increase everyone's cultivation speed." Ding. The cultivation method pavilion has been upgraded to the strengthened version. After the upgrade, Jun Changxiao hurriedly clicked on the new function, and a look of joy appeared on his face. After the upgrade, the cultivation method pavilion did not change much, and the martial arts listed were the same as before, but with the word strengthened in front, it seemed to mean that the martial arts were still the same, but they had been upgraded along with the function. That's great. Jun Changxiao grinned. Under the new version, the martial arts were not changed, but upgraded from the original foundation. This meant that the 5 elements heaven appraisal art, universe 9 seals palms, and other martial arts that he had bought could still be used, and he did not need to gather martial arts to exchange for new ones. Let's give it a try. Jun Changxiao sat down cross-legged and circulated the 5 elements heaven appraisal art. Immediately, he saw extremely rich 5 elements surging from all directions, and the amount was actually dozens of times stronger than before. F*CK Anyo. The upgrade of the Spirit Beast Pavilion was already very terrifying, but the upgrade of the Cultivation Method Pavilion was directly cheating on the spot. Why? Because after the martial arts that he had bought and cultivated in advance were upgraded, Jun Changxiao did not even have to recomprehend them before evolving. What was the difference between this and directly opening a lock and directly passing through a wall? Creak. Yi Xingqian, who had cultivated in the forging room for a day, dragged his tired body back to his residence and closed the door. As usual, he sat cross-legged on his bed and circulated the 5 elements heaven appraisal art. Although he had a stronger illumination heart sutra, he would not forget to cultivate the old mental cultivation method. After all, it could cultivate the power of the 5 elements. Huff! After circulating the 5 elements heaven appraisal art, Yi Xingqian's expression suddenly froze. After completely confirming that the attributes in the room were dozens of times stronger than before, he exclaimed, "What's going on?" After Jun Changxiao upgraded the cultivation method pavilion, the majestic 5 elements gathered above the sect of all times. They swarmed down and fought to be the first to merge into the bodies of the disciples, forming a rather spectacular scene. The next day, all the disciples gathered at the training field. That's right. Jun Changxiao stood in front of the main hall and bowed to the plaque with the words "Unyielding Iron Bones." He said solemnly, "The ancestors of the sect have shown themselves, allowing us to understand the mental cultivation method to a higher level. I see. All the disciples were enlightened. No wonder they suddenly had a deeper understanding of the 5 elements heaven appraisal art and other martial arts techniques yesterday. It turned out that the ancestors of the sect had helped them in the dark. "Thank you, ancestors!" The disciples gathered at the training field shouted in unison. Wudi naturally did not believe that the ancestors of the sect had shown themselves and allowed him to have a higher understanding of martial arts out of thin air. Instead, he thought to himself, could it be that Senior Qishuan thinks that the sect is very weak in the upper realm, so he used a great magical power to forcefully increase our comprehension? Amazing, amazing! As expected of a super mighty figure who has entered the sacred venerable stage. As the leader of the imagination trio, Wudi would always blame Senior Qishuan whenever he encountered something that went against the martial Tao. Otherwise, there was really no other way to explain it. Patriarch. At that moment, a disciple came to report. The Patriarch of the Lingwei True Sect is here to see you. Jun Changshao was rather surprised. Why is he here? Inside the main hall, Mei Xian sat down with a smile. Then, he placed a few spatial rings on the table and said, Jun Patriarch was not here earlier, so it was difficult for me to express my sincerity. Therefore, I have specially brought some gifts today. I hope that all the grudges between us will be resolved. Jun Changxiao's extermination of the Fuqian sect had made the Jia Hall very unhappy, but it also made him tremble in fear. This was because the reason behind it was definitely related to the mine. The upper realm did not know why the sect of all times had suddenly exterminated the Fuqian sect. Only Patriarch Mei knew. Therefore, after learning about this matter, he immediately became restless. After thinking about it, he decided to pay more money to completely resolve the conflict. Sensible people. Particular people. This, Jun Changshao was very embarrassed as he cupped his hands and said, then, Jun will reluctantly accept it. Come, prepare the food and wine. Since he had taken the other party's money, he definitely had to arrange a feast. After the dishes were served, Goxing stood up and raised his wine cup. He smiled and said, Patriarch Mei, I wish that the friendship between our two sects will last forever. Forever and ever, forever and ever. Extreme Grade Cave Abode. Zhenren Tonggu was sitting cross-legged under an ancient pine tree, his brows furrowed. If it were not for the fact that the girl was present, he would definitely have cursed out loud. You bastard, you're causing trouble for me again. Senior Tonggu. Empress Lingyao said respectfully. To be honest, I come from the same mortal realm as your disciple. Oh. Zhenren Tonggu smiled with interest. So, you're here today as a representative of the Jia Hall, not to seek an explanation from me, but to establish a relationship with me? That's right. Empress Lingyao said. Ha. Zhenren Tonggu laughed. It's rare to meet such an honest junior. Actually, not to mention that I'm from the same hometown as Jun Changshao, just the fact that I'm Qing Wei's disciple is enough to call you uncle, Empress Lingyao said. Zhenren Tonggu was shocked. You're that crazy woman's disciple?